other things, which we'll hear more about later on, as he is our feature presenter this evening. And we're in fact honored and privileged for him to be sharing his thoughts with us this evening, because I know he's a very busy person, and we're very lucky to get him to share some of his thoughts with us. I think he's driven by his mandate to share with us why investing is a good proposition, and particularly the Jamaican Stock Exchange, especially as in our current environment where we're facing inflation, we're facing a continuing devaluating dollar against the US dollar. I think Randy's philosophy, which is to make the Jamaica Stock Exchange approachable, understandable, just to the everyday man, is a very commendable mandate, and we're hoping that this evening he will be able to, in his short presentation, give us some more insight into that area. So welcome again, Randy. Glad to have you on board, and we look forward to your presentation later on. We'll have more persons giving the introduction and so forth. But thank you again on my behalf and on behalf of the Kiwanis Club of Kingston. In terms of activities for the club, though, I need to share with everybody who's here, or especially our Kingston Club members, that your club is very active, especially in terms of our charities and our fundraising activities. This week, as you all appreciate, is Easter week. And one of the main things we're going to have is this Saturday, every third Saturday, we have the feeding of the homeless at the Marie Atkins Night Shelter on Hanover Street. So this week, this Saturday at 9 p.m., if you'd like to participate, please come on down to Hanover Street and join us. It is Easter, so we're hoping that you can share. If you have an extra bun or some extra cheese, you can bring it down. We can share some of that with the homeless persons who are not so privileged to have bun and cheese at this time. But notwithstanding, we're going to serve them a hot breakfast and tea and coffee as part of our weekly duty to the homeless persons down there. So that's this Saturday. The project continues. Also, in terms of fundraising, we have our Barbie Fry on June 6th. It's called Flavor Feast and Fellowship. We're 11 Fairway Avenue. The cost is $3,000 for the tickets. And we're going to be having Hellshire style fried fish, roast pork, as well as chicken on the menu. And you'll hear more about that, but just put it down in your diary. That would be Friday, June 6th at 11 Fairway Avenue. Also, very important, we're having our 3K fun run. This is to raise funds for the Bustamante Children's Hospital. In particular, they are in dire need of a piece of equipment, which is for the doctors out there. It's an autoclave machine, which is very important for sterilizing surgical equipment in the operating theater. We've identified that as one of the goals that we want to achieve and help the Bustamante Hospital in that regard. So we're having a 3K fun run at Hope Gardens on July 13th. So please support, whether you're a casual runner or a hardcore runner. All of the proceeds are going in aid of Kiwanis charities. So we look forward to your participation in that. And is there anything else? Oh, and this Thursday, reminding everybody that there's going to be a nomination committee as well as a fundraising committee meeting at the home of DLG Willie, that is Hainings's Muse, at 7 p.m. So that's this Thursday, fundraising committee meeting at DLG Willie's home. On that note, those are my thoughts that I'd like to share, but I'm also now going to give the opportunity. We have a lot of guests and a lot of Kiwanians who are on board. So I'm going to ask VP Zuri to do the official welcome and introduction of visiting clubs and members. I think I see Zuri online. VP Zuri, are you there?
It's just taking me.
Yes, and for those who are non-Kiwanians or guests, VP stands for Vice President. So over to you, Zuri.
Good evening, everyone, and let me welcome you all to the Kiwanis Club of Kingston's meeting on this rainy evening. Well, it's raining where I am, but I'm hoping that you are all warm, safe, and dry. So this is going to be a very informative meeting, one that I am personally looking forward to, because this is a topic and area that I'm sure many persons who are looking at how you can expand your net worth, expand your income, that this is something that you might particularly have interest in. So I'm going to ask you all to just get your notebooks and be prepared for a very informative meeting. And with that said, I am now going to open the floor for our clubs to bring us greetings. And as usual, we are going to start with any visiting clubs outside of Jamaica. So do we have any Kiwanis clubs online outside of Jamaica? Now is the time for you to open your microphones and say hello, how do you do to the meeting. All right. So it seems we might not have any clubs outside of Jamaica. So how about Division 25? Do we have any visiting clubs from Division 25?
Good evening, VP Zuri,
Good
distinguished.
evening, Director Crystal.
Good evening as well, President Stephen, distinguished Kiwanians and guests. We have two persons on, and we're from the Kiwanis Club of Montego Bay. Thank you so much for the invite, and thanks for joining DP, Megan. Back over to you.
You are welcome, and we look forward to having you each and every Tuesday. Do we have any other clubs from Division 25? How about Division 24?
My apologies, Zuri. I started to call names, and I'm seeing past director Janet Richards on as well from Montego Bay Club. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's all right. That's fine. We welcome you all. Division 24? All right, let's go to Division 23 East.
Good evening, President Stevens and Vice President Zuri, and everyone else on the platform. I am DS Linda Rose Pennicook, and on behalf of President Sophia and the Kiwanis Club of New Kingston members, I bring you greetings. At this moment, I can see approximately 5 others with me. Looking forward to a most interesting and informative and enjoyable meeting. Thank you for the invite.
You are very welcome.
And that's it.
I'm looking to see if I see a particular member who we're very fond of from the Kiwanis Club of New Kingston. Is she on? I think she knows herself very well. I think I see her on now. Deirdre Gertley?
Yes, I'm on. I'm on. You can't tell everybody that. Good evening. Great
I think they know, and I think they won't hold it against us.
Have a great meeting. Good to see you.
Oh no, we're giving her rest this
President.
evening.
Any other clubs in Division 23 East? Division 23 West. How about Division 23 Central?
Good evening, President Stephen. This is President Sharon from the Kiwanis Club of Constant Spring, and I have 3 other Kiwanians with me. And thank you so much for the invite, and I hope we'll have a very interesting and informative meeting.
You're welcome, President. I guarantee you that it will be. Make sure you get your notebook out.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, fellow Kiwanians. This is VP Omar from the Kiwanis Club North St. Andrew. We are 8 online, and we are very happy to learn how to make money off stocks tonight. It will be very interesting. Thanks for the invite. Have a good meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. And we welcome you all to our meeting. Any other club in Division 23 Central? If not,
Good night. Good evening. Good night. Past President Robert from West St. Andrew. We have 2 other members online, and I'm really looking forward to hearing about, how to make money, even though, as you know, I'm a sports maniac, so I need to know how to make money. So I'm on tonight, and I expect other members of the club to come on also.
All right, good. Well, you have enough time to make enough money to make it to Japan.
Okay.
Any other clubs in Division 23 Central?
Yes, good evening, VP Zuri. How are you doing?
Good evening, President.
Okay, great. Good evening, fellow Kiwanians. I'm President Eurydice from 23 Central Surrey Online. And at this time, we have a delegation of 2 to include dual member IPLG Desmond. I am thankful for this opportunity. As they say, this time we're in a market, but it's a wealth shift. So I'm trying to see if I can shift my wealth on the wealthy side. Oh, and here's DLG Keith as well. I apologize, I did not see him earlier. But thank you so much as I learn about investment and shift my wealth on the wealthy side. Thank you.
You're welcome, President. Always a pleasure having you. If there are no other clubs from Division 23 Central, I'm going to move to our SLPs. Do we have any SLPs online? All right. Do we have any guests of Kiwanians? Well, again, I will say to everyone that I wish for you all that you will learn and that whatever is said tonight, that you will take your notes and apply it so you can expand your network. Have a great evening, everyone. Back to you, President Stephen.
Thank you, VP Zuri. I'm not sure why everybody's being so shy and introducing themselves, but a global welcome to each and everyone who is joining us here this evening. And I hope that you learned something and that we are happy for your participation. Next on the agenda, I have apologies for absence. There are quite a few of our regular members who are unable to attend, so they have sent in their apologies. We have apologies from Secretary Distinguished Lieutenant Governor Willie, also for DLG Stan Dunwell, Treasurer Orville Lewis, Kiwanian Andy John Baptiste, as well as Assistant Secretary and Treasurer Christopher Anderson. Apologies for all of those persons. They were unable to attend, so we recognize their apologies. And now we're going to move to birthdays and anniversaries, and I'm going to call on Distinguished President Newton if there's any Kiwanians who are celebrating a birthday this week or anniversaries.
Thank you, President Stephen. Good evening again, everyone. Yes, we actually have some persons associated with us, and I almost call this the week of the wives because it's really the wives who are celebrating this week mainly. And I know everybody wants to know how to go ahead and invest, so let me get straight into it. First off, we have Deborah, and Deborah is the wife of Kiwanian Michael Archer. She celebrates her birthday on the 16th, which would be tomorrow. We also have Georgia. Georgia is the wife of DP Charles Sims, and she celebrates her birthday on the 17th, which is the following day. That would be what? Thursday. And we also have Elsie, and Elsie is the wife of past Chairman Carrington Grant. Elsie celebrates her birthday on the 21st of this month. And the one birthday boy we have is Kiwanian Clovis Metcalf. not birthday boy, I should say, the better than birthday. Clovis Metcalf and Herman and DP Herman, they celebrate their wedding anniversary on the 19th. So we have 3 birthdays, one wedding anniversary. So just want to say congrats to all of these persons. And at this point, I'm going to invite anyone who is on the platform now who is celebrating or within this week is going to celebrate some special occasion. Invite you through President Stephen to just open your microphone. Let us know so we can celebrate with you. Anyone? No? All right. Well, today is what? Today is the 15th of April, 2025. I hope you will have this as the anniversary on which you'll learn how to make some real good money out of investing. So buckle in and listen out for our guest speaker. Back to you, President Stephen.
Thank you, DP Newton. To all of our Kiwanians and friends. Next on our agenda, before we get to our featured speaker, is Kiwanis education, a very important. This week, we're going to deal with memories of forgotten projects. And we're going to ask on immediate past Lieutenant Governor Desmond Batchelor, who I see online, to share with us something about forgotten projects, which are an important part of the Kiwanis movement. Not the forgotten projects, but the projects themselves. Over to you, IPLG Desmond.
Thank you, President Stephen. Good evening, everyone, fellow Kiwanians, SLP members and guests. As President Stephen said, memories of key Kiwanis Club of Kingston projects. Let me say, first of all, we had weekly Learn to Swim projects at YMCA, chaired by distinguished President Patrick Anderson. And as I remember, regularly we had 20 students from schools with builders clubs sponsored by the Kiwanis Club of Kingston. We took these students from their school to and back every Thursday to learn to swim. They were all transported by our Kiwanis members. The students looked forward to this weekly activity, but I must say we disappointed them in the end, as this program was discontinued for various reasons. And we remember distinguished President Patrick, who has been ailing for a few years now. The second one I remember is Hike to Hollywell. And this was an annual feature on the Saturday following our yearly fish fry fundraising event on the last Friday in May. Builders Club members from our 8 schools happily participated. We rented buses, provided food, and had fun and games in Hollywell. We walked from Newcastle. We had Circle K members and Key Club members, I would say, who assisted with the games and acted as chaperones. This was an occasion where Kiwanians socialized with fellow members, with Builders Club members, with all our SLP members who were there, parents and friends, as they ate and played games. The children had this event on their yearly calendar, but again, we disappointed them with the discontinuation or suspension of the program. We had monthly Sunday worship with senior citizens, and this is the senior citizen program chaired by our departed brother, past director Claribert Scott. We need, of course, to revive these programs. We had quarterly visits with the widows of our departed members, coordinated by past director Dudley Ball, now deceased. This, of course, we know that President will revisit some of these. Public speaking competitions with Builders Club and Key Club members. somewhat put on hold for some time. And I would say that prominent persons have been beneficiaries of these public speaking competitions and have confidently held their own in society today. And I will remember and credit DP Chris Robinson, who was instrumental in introducing the Builders Club, the public speaking competition to Builders Club members. And finally, President, I just urge us to reactivate these programs and to continue to transform the lives of our children as communities, teachers, parents, and the youth see us as role models to make a difference in their lives, the lives of our children. And we can't continue to disappoint them. That's it for Kiwanis Education, President, fellow Kiwanians, and guests, SLP members and guests. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, IPLG Desmond. And I agree with you. A lot of those projects are worthy, both in how they gave back to the community and helped our children. And I think that, for example, we are revisiting some of those projects to revive them, in particular, the oratory competition for school children. So more about that later on, but I agree. Some of those things are legacy projects for Kiwanis Club of Kingston, and we need to find a way to get them maybe remixed and revamped and back on the agenda in a regular way. So yes, these are all things that we're very conscious of and we're working on. So on that note, again, thank you, IPLG Desmond, for sharing those memories. Some of us may not be familiar with it, but others have very fond memories of those projects.
You're welcome,
Okay.
President.
Appreciated. So next on the agenda, we do have our main speaker, Mr. Rowe, and I gave a sneak peek earlier, but the true duty for introducing our guest speaker is going to be for Chairman DP Stuart Spencer, and I'll hand over to him to introduce our guest speaker this evening.
Thank you, President Stephen. Is everybody hearing me okay?
Yes, we're hearing you loud and clear.
Strength 5, sir.
All right, great. Fellow Kiwanians and guests, this evening it is my pleasure to introduce our guest speaker. And let me just share a few things that you might not know about him. Randy Rowe is a self-taught equity investor and a strategy consultant. He enjoyed a varied career start in corporate Jamaica, where he worked for a little over 8 years at Carreras Limited. He covered roles from IT help desk officer, where he started, to marketing and business analyst, where he ended, with roles in between covering audit, sales administration, and receivables management. After leaving there, he covered many roles from marketing and sales manager for an FMCG. And if you don't know what FMCG is, Google it. It's just an acronym, but it's all right. I looked it up, but I will better tell you again now. And he also even drove a Uber. These days he works as a business consultant, manages his personal private equity fund, runs an online financial literacy business, everymickle.com, which he founded in 2012, starting as a simple blog, and also mymoneyjamaica.com, a stock market support tool for retail investors, which he co-founded in 2020. He's fascinated with finance and business in general, and thinks that there's a great benefit to finding, mapping, and sharing the path of wealth creation as a regular Jamaican from humble beginnings to other regular Jamaicans. He believes strongly that personal economic growth is worth attaining because it impacts humans positively and allows them to not only grow, but also lift others up in the process. He speaks heavily about business and investing, but it should be noted, and he wants to make it clear, that he is not a licensed financial advisor and does not pretend to be. He shares financial knowledge widely but leaves the official advice business to the official advisors. He likes the outdoors and a lot of personal time. He has been accused in the past of spreading happiness, but charges are pending. So with that, fellow Kiwanians and guests, allow me to introduce to you or present to you our special speaker for this evening, Randy Rowe. Randy, it's all yours. And I should have made you a co-host. I'm gonna do it now. Okay.
Okay, no problem. And good evening, everybody. Thank you for that rousing introduction, by the way. While he makes me a co-host. And in case anybody is wondering, FMCG stands for fast moving consumer goods, which stuff like, bread, flour, water, that sort of thing. Things that we use all the time. So it's one of those terms that sound a lot fancier than they actually are in terms of our day-to-day lives, right? But stuff that we can't do without in our day-to-day lives. So I do want to get everyone on board with this message as soon as he allows me to share.
Yes, it's been done. It's been done.
Done?
So you can share.
Okay, perfect. You just hold one moment for me. I do have a small presentation just to aid the point that I have here. But once again, thank you, and thank you to everybody who is here to hear from me. I like the pressure that I heard being placed on me a little earlier, where I must ensure that everybody learn exactly how to invest and how to make a whole heap of money from the market, right? Not what I was expecting coming in, but and I'm definitely not promising that, but I am going to at least be able to give you guys what I promised, which is speaking about why the JC is, in my view, the best place for a Jamaican to be investing their money. It has been, I've been saying it for years, and I continue to say it. Hold on one second. I just bring it up the presentation so that you'll be able to see it. So we'll all be able to see it. Are you guys able to see it?
No.
No, not yet?
Not yet. Not yet.
On my side, it's sharing. Are you showing us screenshot?
Yeah. Okay, it's up now.
Okay, perfect. All right. So once again, welcome everybody, and I'm very, very happy to be here. So I'll go straight into it. So as it says on the title, as it says on the tin, why the JC remains the best investment for Jamaicans in 2025. So as I asked to do this speech, and I'm very, very thankful that, of course, again, good evening to everybody who's here from all over. I'm not sure of all the places where everybody is, but good evening to everybody. One thing I am sure of, however, is that everybody who is here is interested in some way, shape, or form in investing, in put in simple terms, in turning your money into a little bit more money, right? And I don't know anybody who has ever truly said, you know what, I think I don't need any extra money. And anybody who has said that and meant it, please let me know. I'd like to understand how you got there. But I think we all have some need for money in our lives, right? Now, the JSE, the Jamaica Stock Exchange, has been, in my view, one of the greatest opportunities available to anybody who can access it. And of course, for Jamaicans, I find that it's often overlooked. A lot of people don't know that we have a stock market, or those who do, and I find this to be a little bit more common, those who do know that we have a stock market, what they tend to think is that, it's, put in simple terms, it's for the rich people, it's for the rich man, right? Now, I personally, I do teach investing. I've been teaching people to invest every single month for the past, I don't know how many years, from 2018, 2019, I did it. I've been doing it officially. Before that, I've been doing it unofficially. I talk about stuff. It's my thing. I have been fortunate enough to find my own passion, and investing is my passion. And one of the beauties of it is that it allows anybody who's doing it to truly change their lives. And one of the good things for me is that it has allowed me to see the impact that it has had on people, right? So it has allowed me to see the impact that life change has been on regular people. No, I'm very, very big on the regular people point, right? Not knocking anybody for being a regular person, but I'm saying I'm very, very big on that regular people point. Why? Because as far as I'm concerned, the ability to invest for a Jamaican has within it the opportunity to truly improve not just your life, but your further generations, your later generations, right? A couple years ago, it started getting popular for people to talk about generational wealth. And one of the greatest ways, in fact, the best way to build generational wealth that outlasts you, is through investing. You have to be able to own a business, and investing really is just the ability to buy ownership into a business. That's what you get when you buy some shares. Now, of course, with the limited time that we have this evening, I'm not going to be able to tell you every single thing about how it is that you should invest or why you should invest or whatever, but I will be able to cover just a couple of points. And of course, I understand that there is some Q&A after this. So I'm starting specifically from the point that I've made, which is that the JSE remains the best investment for Jamaicans in 2025, right? And of course, you know, people say, like many other things, smart investing starts at home. So the question that oftentimes I get asked whenever people hear me say this about the JSE being the best investment, they say, but isn't the market down? The market down, no, man. Things not so good in the market, right? Things not so hot. And that's not something that I subscribe to per se. I know that it's a popular view, though, and it's something that I have gotten used to people saying so much that I have learned how to meet people where they are and address it. So yes, you may very well have heard that, you know, on the news, depending on when you listen, that, oh, the market is down, depending on when that is. That's one of the things that you hear. And if you really think about it, you almost never hear that speaking just about the Jamaican market here. You almost never hear that the Jamaican market is doing great, right? You might hear about a couple of IPOs, but depending on who you ask, now you hear, oh, IPO is not so hot either, right? And you also don't really have a lot of public conversation happening about business and about the stock market in Jamaica. And so the only times we tend to hear about it is if something big happens, and you know how it goes with the news. They say if it bleeds, it leads. So you tend to only hear about the bad stories. And that, by the way, is right away an early bias. Think of it like a person in the US hearing about Jamaica, but the only time they hear about Jamaica is when something bad happened on the news, right? You might start thinking that all of Jamaica is just ghettos and gunmen, right? And while a small, tiny part of Jamaica is that, we know us as Jamaicans know that the vast majority of the Jamaican experience is much more than that. In the same way, when it comes to investing, yes, there are down periods. Yes, there are stocks that are down. I know a lot of people, I get asked questions about this, as you can imagine, almost every single day. A lot of people tend to want to know how the overall market is doing, and two, when my insert your stock here is going to go up, right? Oftentimes it's when my Wisynco shares don't fly, or when NCB going back to 100, or when JMMP going back to $50. That's something that I know a lot of people have questions about. And I'll also temper that, saying that it's not just bad. I'll temper it with something good, which is that also we have a lot more people participating in the stock market now. And that's something that I'm extremely happy to hear about, right? So giving you a little bit of the context there, I think we can all understand that. And then going straight into why I say that. With all that in mind, why is the JSE the best investment for Jamaicans? And why do I push it so heavily? So I'll start off by telling you just a little bit that we also know. So I touched a little bit on how things are, but I'll show you in very light terms what the history of the JSE is like. So this is very generalized, but based on the actual market performance, how is the JSE? Depending on what ad you've heard or where you've heard it, you would have heard that in 2015, the JSE, the Jamaica Stock Exchange, was the world's best performing stock market, which is true. In 2015, it was the world's best performing stock market. Empirically, what I mean when I say it was the best performing stock market, Bloomberg tracks stock markets all over the world. And all stock markets have, think of it like a measurement tool called an index. And in 2015, the JSE's index rose by the largest percentage out of any of them in the world, right? Now, was that great? That was amazing. The reasons for that are varied, but I'll give you the simple version that there was a lot of big transactions happening then. There was some buyouts happening. And so 2015 was the year where our stock market flew in a way that no other stock market around the world flew. That was an amazing year. And I think a few years after that, we came very close. I don't know if we've ever actually done that again. But in my world, where I get a little deeper into this stuff, as good as that is, it's like telling me that, you know, at champs one year, Bolt had a really good race when he was at the champs level. That is true, but he's still Bolt. Even if he's not going to champs, he's still Bolt, right? And even if he isn't running anymore, track and field in Jamaica is still track and field in Jamaica. I think of the JSC in the same way. Yes, there may be a year where we are above everybody else and we're knocking things out of the park. But even when that's not happening, it's still a great place to be. You understand that if you understand what track and field is in Jamaica, and you also, I think, can understand that analogy when it comes to the JSC. So why would something be better than anywhere else at all times for Jamaicans? Well, you have to look at what else is happening elsewhere around the world. So 2018 to 2020, you had a little bit of global volatility. And at the end of 2020, well, shouldn't at the end, at the start of 2020, I think, late 2019, 2020, I think we all know what happened, right? COVID. And there's that big, massive dip on every stock market all around the world. We saw what we haven't seen before. The world kind of came to a halt and stocks fell. Jamaica is no exception. On the local market, I have this little thing. When you're looking at the chart, this little thing I call the COVID dip. You can see immediately in the first quarter of 2020 when every single stock has that drop on the chart, right? So we're not inured from that. We are exposed to it just like anybody else. However, the drop didn't last forever, right? There was recovery. In fact, there was actually faster recovery on the JSE than in many other markets around the world. And then going into the midst of the pandemic and in the later part of the pandemic, when other markets started to recover, Jamaica was also there. So the US market took off heavily during that time where you got a lot more retail input. That's what happened in America. Those of you who follow it, or maybe you've seen a movie on Netflix talking about Wall Street bets. That's a lot of the retail investors coming. Retail investors is, again, another fancy term, like FMCG. It's a fancy term for regular people like you and me who buy and sell stocks, right? So what it really meant is that in ultra simple terms, people are home, they still need to make money. They started looking for alternative ways, especially ways that don't necessarily involve you having to physically be around somebody else, and they turned to the stock market. The stock market had a lot of influx of people actively investing on their own. Same thing happened in Jamaica during that time. A lot of regular people, just like you and me, started to get into it a lot more, driven by many factors, including increased popularity, people talking about it. Myself, I had a podcast that I've done for a few years with a friend of mine, Danai Hall. And we spoke about the market, every week in, week out, we do it online. And that also did help to drive a lot of people to not just get to the market, but also to understand the market. So we had a very quick recovery from the pandemic. And then 2024, 25, I mean, late 2020, is it early 2023? In 2023, we had a little bit of stumbling with fear around the market, mostly from the SSL saga, which as both anybody who's seen the Bolt interviews know is still ongoing in certain ways, but the overall market still continued to grow. The general growth of the market happened. Now, growth you can measure in multiple ways, right? It isn't just the way that it was measured in 2015, where it was the best performing because it had the highest gainer. There's other ways for it to grow. So other companies came to the market. Companies that were already on the market also grew in terms of the stock price. And remember what I said was happening in 2021, 2022, and so on. Lots more retail investors were getting into the market and staying. They're actually getting into the market and investing. So their portfolios were growing. Simply put, a lot more people are making a lot more money. So that's a space that we have seen over the last few years, the last 10 or so years. And that's where we are now, where we have a market that in many ways has matured. It's not just that it's flying all the time because there was a big transaction, things happen. And it's not that, hey, we'd all love a big transaction to happen again. However, what was happening then can't happen quite the same way now because there's just a lot more people. It's a richer market. There's a greater sort of opinions. If you're an expert on the market, experts will understand this. I'm saying that the market in certain ways is an opinion, it's a market of opinions. And so more opinions in the market mean that you get a better idea of how people truly feel about a company, because you'll see that a lot more people going to the stock price, right? Again, that might sound complex. I like to give you a little simplicity with it. Think of the Trans-Jamaica offer for sale recently. Trans-Jamaica IPO'd in 2020, actually at the start of the pandemic in 2020. Trans-Jamaica had their IPO. And 5 years later, the government, so at that time, the government, who owned 100% of the Trans-Jamaica shares, sold 80% of them to the public. And then in 2025, the government, who had the remaining 20%, decided to sell the rest of it to the public, which is what they did. And the response that I saw in 2020 was strong. It was massive. At the time, it was one of the biggest ever. 5 years later, even bigger response for an offer for sale for 20% of the thing that the other 80% had been sold 5 years before. And that sort of response again shows me that, okay, the JSE itself, the Jamaica Stock Exchange, the Jamaica Stock Market, not just the Jamaica Stock Exchange, but the Jamaica Stock Market is still healthy, still strong and growing. No, that's nice and technical, but we all really are here because we want to know, if you say it's the best for me, one, how is it actually the best for me? Like, what is that based on? How am I looking at that? Or why should I put my money in the JSE instead of the NASDAQ, or the NYSE, or the Toronto Stock Exchange, or crypto, the ever popular, ever living crypto? Why should I put my money in JSE? Why should I do this little local thing instead of this US dollar thing, right? No, I bring it all down to a simple thing I call the rake, right? Everybody have a good rake. No, not saying rake like cash pot, although we use it for that, but rake is a rake framework that I have. The 4 reasons that I think that the Jamaican market is better than anywhere else for a Jamaican to put their money. And I call it a rate. I'll start at the E and come down, and of course I'll touch each point as we go through and explain them. So starting off with what's at the top of the list, the pyramid there, earnings. You have quick access to your money in Jamaica, and we'll go into that a little bit. Knowledge, that's another one. You have the home field advantage, as you'd put it, right? You have the ability to know more about the investments that are happening in Jamaica, more than you actually might even realize. As I said, I teach a class every month called Grow, Grow Rich with Research. And one of the biggest things is to allow people to understand the stock market and to get better at investing. And if you're already an investor, it helps you to sharpen your skills. And one of the biggest things I do during that course, every single month I do it, one of the biggest things I do is I put a lot of work into ensuring that people, especially new people, realize how much they already know without realizing that they know it, right? But I'll go into that in a moment. Access. You have easier access to this market. You have a very low barrier entry to the local market than you do to, not almost, to every other market in the world. As a Jamaican in Jamaica, you have easier access to the JSE than every other market in the world, right? And of course, the thing that it sits all on, risk. You have a better, what I call an effort to profit ratio in Jamaica, meaning the work that you have to do to make X amount of gains in Jamaica is much lower than the work that you have to do to make the same level of gains in another market, generally speaking, right? Now, I'll start off with the first one, the risk, where we are, the effort to profit ratio. So the JSE has lower volatility. There's less fluctuation than on foreign markets, the US markets. If you are a friend of fluctuation, if you're really good at handling it, meaning the rise and fall in share prices, that might not be good for you, but most people would prefer less volatility, right? If you buy a stock at $1 and you think for whatever reason that it's going to be able to go to $3.50 in a year or two, you would like a nice kind of steady rise to $3.50, right? I don't think many of us would like it to go $1 $2, $2.50, drop back down to 110, drop to 90 cents, drop to 80 cents, drop back up to 150. That might definitely screw the heart. You need to have a much stronger constitution to deal with something like that. Even if at the end of that 2-year period, it gets up to 350, right? You may not make it to the end of that 3-year period because you might not be able to sleep at night knowing that, listen, my money that I'm investing today, it's at $1.80. Next week, it might be at 70 cents. Some people just can't deal with that sort of volatility, that sort of fretting, right? They work too hard for their money. And so they may jump off of that investment, even though the investment may end up going where they expected it to, or better, right? So the lower volatility is one of the things that our market has. It has less fluctuation. And again, this can be, I mean, you can compare this to the US market, which is a very easy comparison, especially now. I like to use, whenever I'm doing these things, I like to use very real examples. And I'll show you like a real example happening right now. So the US market is one of, if not the most popular stock market in the world. And as a result, everybody in the world is looking at it. So when you're in that market, you're not just competing against the people in America, you're competing against the people all over the world who are also competing with American investors, right? And so any news that happens gives you a massive outsize effect very, very quickly. As we speak, I think a few minutes ago, or maybe an hour or so ago, the US president, not the US president, they put a lot on him, but this isn't directly on him. No, well, it is in some ways. NVIDIA, which is a very popular stock, one of the most popular stocks on the US market last year, NVIDIA announced that they have to take, I think it's a $5 billion, pardon me if I don't have the exact details right, because it really is fresh news. So I think they have to take like a $5 billion hit in their next set of earnings because they have been barred from selling some of their AI enabling video cards to China, right? As a result, this happened. I mean, if you can see there behind the words, the share price immediately fell. Like it's a massive quick fall. And this is happening technically after the trading day has ended in the US. There is like work done, people gone home, but the stock market is still going. After hours trading is still happening. And so it has fallen from, let me see if I can show you guys a little better. So it has fallen from 5 p.m. It was at $112 per share. As we speak right now, it's at 105.19, right? So in the space of less than 4 hours, it has fallen, as I said, from 112 to 105.19 after hours. And this is before the people who work day to day in this space get into work and the market opens tomorrow. So if in after hours trading, it's down, there won't be any surprise if tomorrow morning it's down even more. And throughout the day, as it goes down, remember, you're not just competing against the people in America, you're competing against the people all over the world. So as people hear this news and learn this news, it should fall even more. That drop so far is about a 6% drop, which may not sound big to you, but in the world of the stock market, especially the US stock market, is a massive drop, especially for a stock like NVIDIA, which is one of their biggest stocks so far. That's an example of higher volatility, which is something that you don't have to deal with in the Jamaican market. In the Jamaican market, we tend to absorb bad news a bit better. Not that we don't have our own times when we have share prices that fall like that, but we don't have that sort of thing. And when the market is closed, the market is closed. You might see it on the news and decide to listen, I'm selling this thing tomorrow, but there is no after hours trading in Jamaica just yet. And until then, we are working with a market that allows us to have lower volatility, right? Another point around this is you have the local economic insights, as I said. You already understand Jamaica's economy, So what does that mean? As I said, the effort to profit on the local market is easier. Example I used to give is that one of my jobs back in the day was I used to have to go around the island every month. At least once a month I had to go to a lot of shops and so on throughout the entire island. And I remember one month, I was many years ago, I remember one month I was going around to all of those little shops all the time. And you have to speak to the shop owners. And like I go to a shop in Portland and I'd see a child drinking a little drink, right? And I went to a shop out in Mobay and I saw a different child drinking the same drink though. Then I went to a shop in St. Elizabeth 3 days later, and I see a different child, different shop, but they're drinking the same drink. So I'm talking to the shopkeeper and I say, what's that drink? And he said, oh, it's something that, Lasco just dropped. I said, wait, he said, name iCool. I thought, wow, I have been right around the country and every shop I go, I see kids drinking that. And, if kids love something, chances are it's going to take off. And Lasco just launched it. And I know Lasco, and Lasco is listed. And you don't take a genius to put 2 and 2 together. Chances are Lasco is probably going to have or looking at some big push from this drink, right? So I went home and I looked it up and I checked out what it was and I buy some Lasco shares because Lasco shares hadn't really moved yet. No surprise that I think maybe like a month or so later, or 2 or 3 months later, whatever it was, but they reported their earnings, and part of the earnings report spoke to increased profits from the launch of their iCool. So again, if you have an idea how long ago that was, iCool was just launching, and iCool is a popular thing now. So, some time back. But the point is, I already had insights as to what was happening because I'm seeing it in front of my face every single day, right? That knowledge that you have as a Jamaican is actually a lucrative bit of knowledge. You understand what's going on there, which means that your effort to profit and also your avoidance of losses is baked into your day-to-day life, right? Fesco is a gas station that is known for, at this point, I think, good enough service, good customer service, fast, and they have good enough prices. And if you go to Fesco, every time you pass a Fesco, why them always packed, even when them have people moving through quickly, them always packed. It doesn't take a genius to see then that, hey, Fesco, the listed company, it sells gas, they're probably going to be making more money, right? And that increased profit is probably going to lead to people liking the company more and being encouraged to own a piece of the gas station more. And so you might be able to make profit. The same thing if you see something bad happening. If you're driving past, I'll make up a company for this one, since I don't like putting anybody in any company needlessly. But so you're passing Jimmy's shoe factory, and you're going home and you see Jimmy's shoe factory on fire. Or let's say you go on your lunch break and you see a big smoke and you say, what's happening? And the taxi man says, oh, Jimmy's shoe factory on fire. You can go and sell your Jimmy Shoe Factory shares same time, right? Because you are literally exercising your local economic insight. You already understand more about the Jamaican economy innately, and this is a market that is tied indelibly to the Jamaican economy. So that helps you to manage your risk and also to find greater profit, right? So it also allows you to know if something is kind of scammy. Try and find the PC way to say this, but people can visit Jamaica and they can say things and they can very well be scammy, and it might trick us, it might not trick us, but almost every Jamaican is much more tuned towards picking up whether Jamaican sounds scammy versus when a foreigner sounds scammy, right? And we also can pick up when, listen, them saying them sound something, but they don't really sound like what they sound. You can tell when them lying, you can tell when them joking, you can tell when them want you to think more than they're actually saying. And so it is harder for a Jamaican to lie to a Jamaican than it is for a foreigner to lie to a Jamaican, because you might not know the social cues that foreigners have or don't get and don't understand. Meanwhile, for a Jamaican to lie to a Jamaican, you probably have to be in politics. Also, competitive returns. Yeah, as I said, the effort to profit ratio is much better on the Jamaican market. Since 2020, over the last 5 years, on average, you have about 15% average annual return. Now, average annual return, there are stocks on the market that have grown hundreds of percent. There are stocks on the market that have also fallen in that time. But if you're just looking raw average, you see that about a 15% return since 2020, even though things have been down, right? The opportunities have not gone anywhere. But the general point I wanted to get from this is that the effort to profit ratio on the JSE is much, 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 much lower. It is much harder to make money on any international market, especially any popular international market, literally by virtue of just how they are and the players involved, which is everybody else around the world. Second point, the rake. So the first one is the risk. The second part, the rake, access. There's a low barrier to entry if you're a Jamaican, right? You don't really require much investment in order to get into the Jamaican market. Many we have 14 stockbrokers, and the 14 stockbrokers all offer varied levels at which you can get in. Some of them may be expensive, others are a lot cheaper. I've seen some of them advertise that you can get started as 10 grand. Nowadays, it might be as little as 25 grand. But I can tell you from experience that you can get started with 10 grand. And the beauty of it is that you're not paying $10,000 to start. You don't lose that $10,000. You are investing $10,000, your $10,000 is still there. You're just opening an account. I've gone as far as tell people, say, listen, if you really want to get into this thing, borrow the money from your friend, open the account, draw back out the money and give back your friend, right? Yes, there might be some fees on drawing it back out, but if you have, you have 10 grand and they say that, or you have 5 grand and they say that you need 25 grand to open the account, borrow 20 grand from mommy, open the account, draw back out the 20 out of the 25 and give back mommy her money. And then when you get paid next week or next month, the end of the month, you put back in more on it. But it requires little to nothing to get you actually started, right? 14 brokers, as I said, and very, very easy for you to get started with most of it, with most of them. Paperwork is as easy. It is actually, I mean, everybody hates paperwork, right? Everybody hates red tape, but it is one of the simpler accounts to open, a brokerage account or what they call an equity account, depending on where you're investing. You can get it open in one day. And I'm not just saying that because it's a beautiful thing to say. I have seen it, I've done it myself. I have opened brokerage accounts on the day while the market is still open. I've gotten it all done. You don't require much to get it done. You just need, your usual 2 forms of ID, proof of address. I don't think you need references actually. Could be wrong. I haven't opened an account in a long time, so I have it, but it is simple enough to open. And the beauty of it is that you have different options. If you go somewhere and you don't like the service you're getting, or taking too long, go somewhere else. Give somebody else your money. That is giving you the service that you want. Lots of user-friendly platforms. The JSE, to their credit, they don't get a lot of credit for this. I'll give them credit for this though. They are open to tech. They are open to influence of technology. Yes, of course, no, they don't have a Robinhood locally, right? But they are, you can trade using your phone. I do have my own company in this area, My Money JA. You can't trade on My Money JA, but you're one step away from being able to trade on My Money JA. And you can get all the market information that you need on My Money JA. And we're not the only one. And the JC themselves provides a lot of their information through technology. They broadcast a lot of the stuff through technology. So they do have user-friendly enough platforms that allow anybody with a laptop, a tablet, a cell phone to get into it. And yes, so that barrier is extremely low. In fact, one of the things we do on My Money JA is that we have a free account tier. And I've always said from the start that we should always have a free account tier, because I remember when I never had any money and I wanted to start. I don't want people to not be able to know how good this thing can be simply because you don't have the money at the time. So you don't even need the money to even get started. You can set up a My Money JA account. You can see what's happening on the stock market every day. You can create a little pretend portfolio. We don't check to see if you put money in there or not. It's not, you tell us how much, what you've bought. So you can look at it and say, oh, I would buy some separate today if I had the money. Well, pretend that you had the money and pretend to buy some separate and put in. And then watch that pretend thing and see how it occurs over, how it works over a few months, over a few weeks, whatever it is. Yeah, and track it from your phone. So when you do get money, you're able to start out on your own. So wonderful platforms exist out there, and the JC themselves do back a lot of technology. Is it America with the Robin Hoods and the Schwab and all that? No, not yet, but you know, we are getting there, and to their credit, it is widely available. Local brokers, as I said, we have 14 brokers, and you can get advice from somebody who knows the space and the place, right? You can get advice from somebody who can actually tell you. You have somebody you can talk to, and you can talk in whatever way you talk. You can talk real to somebody, and they can understand and translate and should be able to give you advice in a way that matters for the things that matter to you, right? So the low barriers to entry exist, lower than anywhere else. You don't believe me? Try opening, I'll show you the opposite of these points. Try opening a US trading account from Jamaica. Depends on how you go about it. If you're just a regular Jamaican, you don't live anywhere else, you're just a regular Jamaican, but you decide that you want to try and trade on the USD, you have to find which one of the 14 brokers allow you to trade the US market. I don't think all of them do. I think maybe just one or two do. And I'll give you this tidbit about how it works from the jump. You're going to have a brokerage account with that local broker. They're going to also turn around and have to open an account on the US market on your behalf. So you're now going from one broker to another broker to the US market, right? And of course, money has to get from you in Jamaica through there. Now, believe it or not, the brokers are in this thing for business. So best believe that the money, okay, I'm going to wire this money to them, you have to pay wire fees. And if you carry, depending on which broker you're going through, they may take a fee. The other broker that they're dealing with may also take a fee. Let's say you get it right on the US market. Yeah, we have to find whatever their investment minimum is. Then let's say you get it right. Oh, I don't want to cash this thing out. Well, when you cash it out there, then it have to wire back to you. You can lose anywhere from 10 or more percent just in wire fees, even if you've gotten it right. That means that if let's say I'm using 10,000 US, wiring it to the US account, I'm losing about 10% in wire fees. So whatever I buy, I'm starting out 10% lower than the money I put in. So I'm starting out at a 10% loss. So I could put in something and it grows 8%. And I still don't get back to even square one yet, right? I might even put in something, let's say it grow 15%. Great. I have to be paying attention to that, because if I'm not paying attention to it, it grow 15%. I'm not realizing that, oh, it's not really 10 grand that them have. Out of the 10 grand came the wire fees. Then when I'm cashing out that thing and sending it back to myself in Jamaica, them taking 10% in wire fees also, and your bank probably take a percentage also to receive the wire. You don't have to worry about that in Jamaica. You can put your money with the broker. You can ACH. You can go as far as, if you broker, you can carry cash to them depending on which broker it is they're using. You can get money to them much quicker. It's not the sort of thing you hear a lot of people talk about. Everybody loves the idea of the flashy US market, but the reality of touching the US market from Jamaica is another thing, right? The paperwork is also not the simplest. They do have greater platforms, obviously, on the US market, on international markets, and they do have the same thing on the crypto markets, but it's not quite the same. And good luck explaining to a US broker employee that you need the money to run a roast, or you try a thing from all sorts. Like, you might just lose them. They're gonna give you the generic advice. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Of course. You buy this, it will do something for you, and they're getting you out of that, right? They don't understand us like that. That local context that our local broker employees have is a valuable thing, right? And of course, it's a nice segue into the knowledge that we have, the home field advantage, as I said. The companies that are on the JSE, the companies that are on the local stock market are Jamaican companies, right? The vast majority of them are Jamaican companies. And even the ones that aren't ultimately Jamaican are heavily in the Jamaican space and have lots of Jamaican influence in them, right? Now, how does that help? Brand familiarity. I often like to tell people that think of the companies that you already know. I don't have to tell a Jamaican about water. Who sell water? We Cinco. Who sell boom? We Cinco. You or more up on site. Drink water data every morning. I have a boom. Cool. Again, being real. You pass a construction at the bottom of your road every single day. Or maybe you work at a construction site every single day. What do my name do? Them smoke Craveny or Matarn. That's Carreras that sells that. Them drink boom. That's with Cinco. Everybody drink water. That's with Cinco. Everybody eat chicken. That's Jamaica broilers, right? You mix your tea with sugar. That's Separate, right? Made by Separate. Most people, everybody know that, right? Separate is a listed company. Who do you bank with? Scotia, they're on the market. NCB, they're on the market. JMB, they're on the market. Sagicor, they're on the market. Like that's literally it, right? I mean, almost any level of society that you can touch, there's some listed company that is either touching it or going near to it, right? Boy, I'm gonna really have the money, you know, I make money, I have like a small work and I ask my auntie or foreign for send me money. How them sending money? Western Union, yeah, that's GK. You eat food, that's also GK, right? I mean, that's how it works. You live in a house, boy, trying to work towards a first mortgage. Victoria Mutual, they do a lot of mortgages. They're also on the market, right? So we have a brand familiarity. So you can invest in something that you know. I gave the example earlier of Fesco. One of the reasons why Fesco is exciting to a lot of people, myself included, is because it's the first chance that most of us have to own a piece of a gas station. I always say, yo, I have never gotten money back from the gas station yet. Sometimes they even want to give me my change. So the ability to own a piece of the gas station, own shares in the gas station, and you have to buy gas anyway. So why not buy gas from the place where you go, right? RPL, depending on which side of Jamaica you live, RPL, Regency Petroleum, they also have gas stations, and then the LPG. Most of us eat our food after it's been cooked. You need cooking gas, them sell cooking gas, right? That's like the advantages of that sort of brand familiarity mixed with the next point, the consumer insights, allow you to get way ahead. Now, those consumer insights, that story I gave you of the Lasco manufacturing and Lasco distributors, where they had the iCool. I was able to see that happening in real time in front of me long before the financial report came out, right? You can already see that. You can see the effect of certain things long before those reports come out and tell us what is actually happening, right? You see the operations also in person. I always joke that, you know, you never know how it goes, but everybody have a friend, and a friend works somewhere, say, you know, the friend works somewhere and it's a listed place. You and them drink at the same bar. I'm calling, boy, I don't know why the boss, you like them, I kill with them, man. So hold on, boy, things rough. So how things rough? Things rough, man. Like them, we used to have to just the thing like one shift. Now them do a second shift and like them, I kill you with work. Really? Them killing you with work? Yeah. Because like a whole heap more customer than get really. No, you know where your friend work, you are getting first-hand understanding of what's happening. You go to the supermarket all the time, you see what's on the shelf, you see what's out of stock. Boy, I can't get none of this. Boy, this short from where they? Which company sell that? Why it's short? Is it short because it's not available? Boy, them we used to get it from CPJ, but them not sell it no more. Them sell it to all of the hotel them first. Okay. Anything you sell a Jamaican in Jamaica, you can sell it to a tourist in Jamaica for more. So now you know what's up, right? Now you have a better idea of what's going on right away from just seeing it in front of you. First an observation. This is one of the biggest things, just being able to see things yourself, being able to understand the news, right? The local news access is also another major one. You get the ability to see and understand what's happening on the local market, and you see from the news, and you get to see good and bad long before somebody else sees it. Look on the example I gave earlier with NVIDIA and the tariff and the share price falling. That's a US company. That's a US company getting tied into international politics and as a result getting a hit. And that news hits them in America. When the news comes out, people react to it, which affects the share price, right? You can get the same thing in Jamaica, but anybody who isn't paying attention to the news is behind you in that, right? So what you see on the news affects things. If you pass in, like I said, John's shoe factory, and you see John's shoe factory on fire, you can sell your John shoe factory shares before it gets reported on the news and everybody else finds out, and then they sell their John Shoe Factory shares. And bear this in mind, not everybody investing on the Jamaican market is from Jamaica or Jamaican or even in Jamaica. So there are people who are investing in the Jamaican market who are not able to stay on top of things the same way you are. You could see that John's Shoe Factory was on fire because you're passing it, right? The person who's investing in John's Shoe Factory from Trinidad don't know that until news reported tonight, and then it come out on Gleaner website either late tonight or tomorrow. And when they're reading it, it's already too late for them to get out at the price that you got out at, right? Same thing for something good. You know, these good things happening, like the person who's investing from Barbados in the Jamaican stock market may not realize that there's no such thing as an empty KFC line in Jamaica, right? It's either packed or closed. That's the two modes that KFC have. And if for some reason, like they don't know how packed it was over the last weekend or whatever, they don't get the impact of that. But we do. So being able to see that and get what you see there, the market intelligence every day is a major, major, major advantage for both avoiding losses and also, more importantly, making profit, right? And the last part, the E, you get your earnings quickly, quick access to your money. The JC used to be a T+3 market, which meant that, 3 business days after your transaction, you could get access to your money. Then they moved to a T+2 market, so it became 2 business days. So if you sell on Monday, you can get the money from the shares by Wednesday. And now they're down to a T+1 market. Last year, they moved to being a T+1 market. That means if you sell on Monday, you can get the money. It's settled the next day, right? So T+1, you get your money just one day after selling. That's a major, major thing. It's an even more major thing I've found psychologically, because one of the biggest questions that people often have is boy, but I don't want to buy this stock and my money tie up. And that's true. Once you buy the stock, your money is in that now. Now you own shares in the company, right? If you want to get back that money, you'll have to sell those shares, right? And the question people always ask is, boy, how do you deal with that because of the gap? Well, no, the gap is just one day. Matter of fact, I like the Jamaica stock, and this might be a controversial point for some of us Jamaicans. But when I say it's the best investment for Jamaica, I'm not just looking at the overseas markets. I'm also looking at things like real estate. Now, I'm not telling people not to get into real estate as an investment. It is an investment, however you do it. But for me, my personal view and what I have seen with the actual data, it is hard for me to put any money in real estate. It is much easier for me to put money in the stock market. And I've had this conversation because I have friends who their thing is real estate, right? Them buy an apartment and an Airbnb in it or whatever. And for them, let's say they buy an apartment for $20 million. Maybe an apartment in Portmore for $20 million. I don't think you can get anything in Kingston for $20 million. But yeah, let's say they buy the place for $20 million. And let's say I also have $20 million and I put it in the stock market. And they say, boy, I'm going to do that, but I'd rather buy the apartment, real estate. Everybody know it. Well, I don't know what everybody knows, but what I do know is that the growth that I'd probably get, if assume that I pick the right stock, is gonna be much better than the growth that I'd get from putting it in an apartment. Anybody who's actually done real estate knows that it's not as simple as just buying the apartment and then sell it back, right? It is, one, you can't just buy it and sell it back. It takes long to buy. Even when you have all your paperwork, everything in a row, it just takes long. The process takes long. Let's say an emergency happen. That's another question I get asked. Suppose an emergency happen. How am I get my money? How am I get the money back? Well, for me, like I say, you can cash it out just one day. If it's a bigger emergency than that, you can borrow against it, right? In the finance world, they call it, on the finance rules, it's a cash or a cash equivalent. Stocks are so close to cash, what I call near cash. So you can get that money out quickly, or you can borrow against that money quickly, right? Of course, you can borrow against real estate also. But again, anybody who has actually done that knows how long that process of borrowing against your real estate takes. Right? Just because you have real estate don't mean you can just borrow against it. You have it in place long time. How old is valuation? You don't know, or you're going to have to get it valued, or you have to get a valuation for it. And then you're going to have to maybe get the title, have them put a lien on it. It's not as simple as people put it. Versus, depending on who your broker is, you can get a loan against your shares relatively quickly. Same day, if you have a good broker, same day. Some brokers might do it. Some brokers actually do it almost automatically. Yeah, there are institutions here where where you're not even dealing with a person. You're tapping on a screen, you're saying yes, the money is going into your account immediately. So yeah, you get quick access to your money. And of course, that's not just in the bad case. Let's talk about profit. You make the profit, the stock go, you get your alert on My Money JA go off, and the stock you bought for $1 is now at $2.50. Wow, you can click it, go in, sell immediately. You sell today, you can cash out. Matter of fact, from you sell, the money is yours. The JC has a couple of simple rules. Now, one of them I like is, this isn't the exact wording, but I'm giving you my paraphrase of it. The wording is, if the transaction was a valid transaction, it is not going to be reversed. Again, I'm paraphrasing, but that's the gist of it. So if you sell the shares and there's nothing, you sold the shares free and clear, just like any other transaction on the market, you have to worry, them can't take the money back out of your account. That's your money. You can fund it out, you can get it in your bank account the next day, or you can go and take it and go and buy something else the same day if you want. So yeah, quick access to your money. The second one, a lot of people don't necessarily talk about this, but again, and this is comparing to some markets, maybe the London markets, definitely the US markets, there's a capital gains tax where this is my wording of it. You're punished if you're good at it. So if you're good at investing on the US market, you're going to be punished. If you buy the stock for $1 and it go up to $2 and you sold it at $2, there's a tax that you have to pay on that profit just because you picked the right stock. There's a tax you have to pay on it. They go further in the US. If you sell the stock too early, if you buy the stock today and you sell the stock today, you can get dinged. There's a penalty for that. Your broker might talk to you if you do too much. You might get tagged as a certain kind of investor. If you sell the stock, you buy the stock now, you sell it before 1 year is out, there's also a different level of taxation just because you sold the stock, if you sold it at profit, right? If you do wait a year or longer and you sell, there is still a capital gains tax that you have to pay once you've done that. In Jamaica, the capital gains tax rate is 0. There is no tax on selling shares at profit in Jamaica. It is a major, major, major wonderful thing. You get to keep all the investment profits. That's a massive, massive, massive thing. And it ties into many of the points I raised earlier. Put simply, if you pick one stock on the US market or you pick a stock on the Jamaican market and both of them go up by 50% in 3 months, and you sell the US market stock and you sell the Jamaican market stock, to get the profit from both of those sales, the Jamaican one, whatever you sold it at, minus your broker fees, is what you're going to get. The US one, there's going to be some fees, there's going to be some taxes, and of course, you're going to have to pay some fees to get it back to you. Not many people are told about this before they go into it. So I'm telling you these things, not to say that you shouldn't touch any other market or any other sort of investment, but you should be aware of this, right? There's no tax on capital gains in Jamaica. Other countries also have taxes on dividends. I'll speak about that in a moment. Also, as I said, near cash, your stock investments convert very, very quickly to cash. It's near cash liquidity. It is very quick to convert it to cash. That's like I don't save. My saving is investing in stocks. Oftentimes, my saving, I'll pick a specific stock and I'll dollar cost average it. And if I need to, I will either borrow against that or cash it out and pay or whatever. But yeah, that is one of the great benefits of it. And as I said, there's dividend benefits. There are dividends being paid by companies on the market. Not every company on the market, but there are dividends being paid all the time by companies on the market. And generally speaking, the dividends that are paid by companies on the market in Jamaica are, I'm being very general here because I don't have the hard numbers in front of me to compare the two, but it is not uncommon to get a much higher return from the right stock on the Jamaican market than it is to get it on the US market. Now, there are lots of dividend paying companies on the US market and other international markets. I want to be very, very clear. I'm not saying that I want to be very clear. I am not saying that you can't get dividends from other securities in other markets. What I am saying, however, is that the return, the level of profit on the Jamaican dividends tends to be at a higher level, and it is very easy to get a higher level. Now, I don't know how many people know what the measurement of this is what they call dividend yield. I don't know how many people actually know the reality of dividend yields, but 5% dividend yield in a year is a very, very big deal. 3% dividend yield in a year is a very, very big deal. 6%, very, very big deal, massive deal. So that is to say, and I'm not just talking Jamaica, that's anywhere, right? 5% in dividends, massive deal. In Jamaica, it is relatively simple to get a dividend. In fact, a normal dividend, oftentimes, both in the US market and here, is easy to compare those two, is maybe 0.5% profit, 0.5%, 1% profit, if you will, 1% yield, if you will. In Jamaica, loads of companies give you that 1% yield with no sweat out of the dividend paying companies. In fact, I want to give you, I don't know if I have this up, but I'll give you just a quick idea. Like last year in 2024, there were, in terms of dividends, there were, I think, 39 dividend paying securities on the market last year. More than that actually, but yeah, last year at least 30, if not more. I have 39 in front of me, but because I haven't gone through the number myself to truly investigate that, but you can take 39 with a grain of salt. Yeah, 39, and their yields in terms of profit going from 7.5% to as low as 0.1%. But again, this is on a much smaller market, but you getting the same kind of returns. That means that you're able to pick out the stocks that are giving those kind of returns much easier than anything else. So again, the dividend return on the local market is crazy. And anybody who has heard about this, was looked into this, would know about it, right? Like Carreras gives amazing dividends. You don't have to even know a lot about stocks to hear about Carreras's major dividends that they tend to pay out. Last year, I think their yield, off the top of my head, but I know that they're a strong dividend paying stock, and they're not the only one. SVL also pays dividends every 3 months. Jamaica Broilers tends to pay at that point, and they're also increasing. When I say increasing, not just more dividends or higher yields, but also more companies are paying dividends, and more companies are paying dividends more often, right? I think last year, Trans-Jamaica shifted from paying a single dividend for the year to going to 2 dividends, so twice a year. I believe up to last week, Massey, out of Trinidad, but also listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. I think last week, Massey put out a notice that they're about, not Massey, I'm sorry, GHL, Guardian Holdings Limited. So Guardian Insurance, they put out a notice that they're shifting from dividends twice a year to dividends every quarter. I think we saw the same thing also last year as an intention from Dolphin Cove. And there are many more companies like that, many more companies that that have made it clear that not only are they planning to pay more dividends, but they're planning to pay more often throughout the year. So it gives us as investors more options, right? And the dividends game especially is a game where the benefit in it is being early, right? The earlier you're in, chances are the greater your gain all things being equal, chances are that the better your gain can be over time. Now, with that in mind, if I'm telling you that we're growing in that regard and companies are growing their dividends in that regard, would you want to be there after they've grown or before they've grown? Obviously, it's before they've grown in order to benefit, right? So yeah, the gains can't be understated there. So as I said, the JSE locally, you can take these numbers with a pinch of salt, but generally speaking, you get easier access you get easier access to returns with less effort. Not no effort, not magic, not luck, although those things work as well as anybody can make them work. But the JSE gives greater access to profit with a lower level of effort. And as a Jamaican, you have a significant set of advantages that nobody else has really. Even an American investing in the Jamaican market wouldn't have the advantages that a Jamaican has because of our innate understanding and knowledge, right? So I encourage everybody to, if they haven't already, start their investment journey on the JSE today. I can't think of a better place to put money. I believe of it. Like I said, I don't save and I don't believe in saving. I invest, although saving is investing, but I believe if I'm saving, I am buying a specific stock ever so often, right? I'm dollar cost averaging. I'm putting my money into that stock, and I'm getting a better return on that stock than I am getting from putting it in a savings account. That's one thing that is not questionable. The returns from investing on the stock market are much, 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 much better than investing by putting your money in a savings account. In fact, I believe the BOJ made it clear that in 2024, the average return across all the commercial banks in Jamaica is a little over 1%. I mean, if you put $1 million there, if you put $1 million in a bank account for a year, the typical Jamaican bank account, because this is data from the BOJ, after 1 year, you would get back 10,000 Jamaican dollars, a little over 10,000 Jamaican dollars. And I often say that, you know, if you know, like Scotia, they have a little thing called backdated service charge or teller fee or GCT on top of teller fee, you're not going to get back the 10 grand. So you're not getting back even $10,000 after 1 year in a savings account versus even Scotia themselves, right? You can buy Scotia shares. You can buy Scotia shares on the market, and Scotia's dividend yield is a bit better than 1%. In fact, just going off last year, in fact, the last few years, if you just look at Scotia itself, Scotia's yield is, let me not even get it wrong. Let me show you based on today's prices, what is that you can see for Scotia. So Scotia's dividends here, last year, they paid out $1.25 in 3 payments. And just looking from the perspective of yield against the current price, that's a yield of 2.34. So that's more than double the 1.03% on average that commercial banks have in Jamaica on their savings accounts. Or put simply, it actually, at least for last year, and I suspect it's going to be the same for this year, for last year, it was more than 100% better to put your money in Scotia shares versus a Scotia savings account, right? The market allows all of those kind of gains, right? And there's other things that, again, just for time's sake,
yes, good evening, Randy. Sorry, not to disturb you, but
I'm wrapping it now.
Yes,
so
and we want probably we'll have questions after, but we need to finish some of the official meeting activities, and then we'll accommodate questions thereafter.
No problem. So I'll wrap it by just saying that I'd encourage everybody to start your investment journey today. Contact your broker, open an account. They'll help you with your risk tolerance and everything. All the you need is your ID, your proof of address, and whatever else they ask you on the form. Make your first investment, and that should be knowledge just by finding out. Maybe you can start by finding out which companies are listed on the stock market. A lot of people don't even know that a lot of these companies are listed. And then I'd encourage everybody also to set up a regular investment plan. Just start putting a little bit of money into one thing little by little. So thank you very, very much for that. And I will hand right back over to you, Stephen.
Thank you very much, Randy. But the duties of the vote of thanks, I'm going to pass on to distinguished President Dalma. What I was going to recommend, Randy, is that we're going to just finish up some of the regular program, and then all those who have questions, we can accommodate a few questions, if you don't mind staying a little bit, about 5 or 10 minutes after we wind up the meeting to answer any questions, because you shared a lot of information, and I'm sure there are questions that our audience may want to ask of you. Is that okay? Or
no, man, yeah, man, that's fine. I'll stay and I'll answer the questions that people have. I'll give you guys some time.
Okay.
President Stephen.
Yes.
I'd like to move, sir, for an extension of 10 to 15 minutes for us to complete our business this evening.
Can somebody second that, please?
I'll second it.
Thank you, DP Dharma. So even though our guests will take some questions post the meeting, I'm going to hand over to you, Dharma, to at least recognize the majority of his presentation, which was very informative and very insightful. But over to you, Dharma.
Thank you, President Stephen. Oh boy. Randy, you have given us so much food for thought this evening that on behalf of the President, members of the Kiwanis Club of Kingston, our guests, and everybody on this line tonight, I really wish to thank you wholeheartedly for your presentation. We have learned so much from you this evening. You have started out by telling us that the Jamaica Stock Exchange is one of the best. I think you have made a very good case for us to agree with you. You have also told us of a new meaning for rake. Most of us thought of rake as something associated with Kemanas or cash plus cash pot. But really and truly, we have learned so much. Volatility, insight, value, due diligence, returns on effort. All these are things which most of us have heard before, but you have brought them together so wonderfully that we can clearly say that you have increased our knowledge of investing generally and in particular in the Jamaica Stock Exchange. And you have convinced us that is one of them that give us the best earnings after tax, and the best return for any effort that we are going to put in. For this, we really thank you. Now, if we were face to face, I would shake your hand and give you or present you with a certificate, which is really a token of our appreciation for you taking time out of your schedule to address us this evening. But I don't see it on the line yet. We usually have it displayed, but we will definitely make that presentation. Yes. I'm hearing you.
I lost power. Okay, I had a power cut.
Okay.
So one of my devices is on. This is why I can now see you and speak to you. But the computer that has the certificate, I don't have that one up yet. So
anyway, we will get the certificate to Randy, and I'm quite sure he can find a little space somewhere on his wall to hang it and to remember how much we appreciated his presentation this evening. Randy, it was wonderful having you, and we hope that we will hear more from you in the not too distant future. So on behalf of Kiwanis Club of Kingston, we really thank you for your wonderful presentation this evening. Thank you, Randy.
Indeed, and so say all of us. Thank you, DP Dalma. And Randy has agreed to stay on for a few moments afterwards. I'm sure there are persons who heard his presentation and may have some further questions connected with that. But let us just finish the Kiwanis business, and then we're going to have a special after Kiwanis thing that would accommodate those questions. So moving along with the program, I know we're running a little bit late. The Sergeant at Arms gave his apologies. You would have heard me mention it earlier. That's Assistant Secretary Chris. So at this time, I will just level general fine in the spirit of Easter. Those of come in a few days, we're going to be celebrating Jesus Christ and his sacrifice. And I'm going to ask all of those who are going to be going to church this Easter Sunday to pay a fine, that these are Kiwanis Club of Kingston members, to pay into the kitty $300. And for all of those members who are going to be on the North Coast or out of the country for the Easter celebrating, $500. And I still wish for each and every one of you a blessed and holy Easter as it comes up. Next on the agenda, normally we'd have DLG Willie giving us notices and announcements. I have a few that he had sent to me, and I'll share them quickly with all the Kiwanians. Just to remind you that the Key Club District Convention is in Monique at Monique College this April 25th through the 27th. So all the Key Clubbers and your representatives, please look out for that. And for the Kingston Club members, we're going to be having our annual general meeting on Tuesday, May 13th, roughly about a month from now, at 7 p.m. face-to-face at the Secretariat. I would also like to, those are the meetings from Kingston Club, but I will also allow any visiting Kiwanis Club who has an announcement, they can share it with the audience at this time. You can just open your microphone, and if you have any special event that you'd like to share at this time. Any Kiwanis Club who has an announcement at this time? Going once? Going twice? Okay, I guess there's no announcements. I'm sure the various clubs are celebrating various Easter activities. So on that point, is DP Marcel online? If not, we're going to also forego the thought of the week. And as I said, I wished everybody a blessed and holy Easter. So on that note, if there's no other business, I'm asking everybody, I will now formally, before I formally terminate the meeting and go into our after hours question and answer with Randy, which I'll ask DP Stu to moderate. I will just ask you before I conclude this meeting, those of you who have glasses, or if you don't have a glass, a virtual glass, let us raise our glasses and wish a toast to Kiwanis International and Jamaica land we love. Here terminates the official meeting of the Kiwanis Club of Kingston. Thank you all for participating. Those who would like to go on and ask questions of our guests, I'm now going to pass it over to DP Stu to accommodate those questions at this time.
Okay, thank you, President Stephen. Because I lost power in the latter part of the presentation at about 8:33 it was. And then when I was able to come back on, DP Dalma was doing his thank you.
Understood.
So I'm not sure what I missed. It couldn't have been that much, I guess.
Yes.
But Randy, a couple of things you use, some terms you use that I think could do with some explanation for the general audience. When you're speaking about dollar cost averaging, you mentioned that. Maybe you'd like to elaborate a bit on how that would work, or what that would mean, what that means.
Sure, no problem. But do you want me to do it now or when we go into the Q&A?
No, we're already in it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The meeting has. Sorry, did you close the meeting? Sorry.
I did. So we're in the question
I thought
and answers
you did.
now.
Okay,
right.
Okay. My apologies.
So I have this one device up which I can use to communicate. But maybe you could just elaborate a little
dollar
bit on
cost averaging. Dollar cost averaging, or what they call DCA, is it's a strategy in which you buy the same amount, the same dollar value of a stock at set intervals, right? And the idea behind it is that you'd be buying the stock at the set intervals at this amount, putting it into this stock at the same time all the time. So let's say when you get paid every month, you put 20 grand into a stock, and regardless of whatever the stock price is, you're just putting 20 grand into those shares, right? And if you do it, let's say you do it over 5 years or over 10 years, just like saving, every month you get paid, you put 20 grand away. If you save, dollar cost averaging is that you're putting the same amount of dollars worth. You're buying the same amount in terms of dollars worth of the shares every whatever your time period is. Monthly is an easy one. And the idea behind that is that you will be averaging out your price, your dollar price paid per share. And so if a stock has some wonderful thing happening with it in, I don't know, let's say in 5 years, then when that wonderful thing happens, it will happen against a base that you have built up, and the effects of it can be massive. It can be outsized. It's a thing that I know people tend to actually underestimate how massive it can be for them.
Okay, I think you have covered it.
Yeah, but I like to show, if you don't mind, though, I like when I like to answer as completely as I can. So I'll show you this. We have a dollar cost averaging calculator on My Money JA. And what it does is that it assumes that you are investing whatever the amount of money that you put in here. It assumes that you are going to be investing that amount of money, or it calculates for you. So it assumes that you did that investment of this amount of money on the last day of the month, every single month for whatever time period you've entered here. So obviously it goes backwards. People would like if we did one going forwards, but we're not able to read the future yet. But let's say, just to give you an idea of how impactful this can be, people often look at stocks and think, oh, that's a money people thing. I don't have that kind of money. However, if you see what I'm showing on screen, no, you guys can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So this is Carreras. If you're putting 20 grand a month in Carreras for the last 5 years, if you're just saving $20,000 every month, you'd have $1.2 million saved. But if you're putting it in Carreras, so if your dollar cost averaging Carreras over the last 5 years every month, you would actually, you'd currently have $2.2 million. And you'd have also received $321,938.47 in dividends during that time. So, and that's just from putting down 20 grand every month in Carreras over the last 5 years. If you're reinvesting those dividends in Carreras, by the way, it gets even bigger. So you'd actually have 2.7 or call it $2.8 million today if you're doing that over the last 5 years. And you can look at what this looks like for any stock, really. And some of these stocks, like the effect is massive. I know I'll just do another one before I let the point go, and I'll take another question. But if you look at, let's say, Carib Cement over, let's say, the last 10 years. So if you're like a very strict saver, you're somebody who saves all the time, you could do this instead of saving. Like I say, I'm not big on saving, but I do this. So if you're putting $20,000 every month in Carib Cement shares over the last 10 years, so from 2015 till now, you would, if you're just putting it under your bed, you'd have $2.8 million stashed under your bed. If you're putting it in Carib Cement shares, you would have $8.2 million worth of Carib Cement shares. And you'd have also received $413,000 worth of dividends in that time. So that's profit of $5.3 million, all from simply dollar cost averaging Carib Cement with 20 grand every month. So if I told you, hey, you can have 8.2 million now, you might say, yeah, that's a money person thing, that's a stocks thing. But if you can put 20 grand away, that could be you. And any amount you put in here, it does the calculation for you. If you use a different broker, You can pick your broker, it does it here for you. So this is an example of dollar cost averaging and how powerful it can be.
Okay, thanks. I'd like to know if anyone, I can't see the screen in case anybody has their hands up. So does anyone have their hands up?
My hand is up, DP Stu.
Okay. Go ahead, DP Newton.
All right. Hi, Randy. Thanks for this presentation. Really good presentation. I have a two-part question. Is there any advantage to operating from more than one brokerage account? Say, for example, I'm using Barita and JMMB. Is there any advantage in terms of having access to their backroom information and all of that? And to help me to decide which stock may be looking good right now. That's number one. And number two, if I am, say, using two different brokers, say JMMB again and Barito, is there any way when I'm checking my entire portfolio to just go one place and check it? Or do I have to check it from each of the platforms that I actually did the purchase from?
So the first one, is there any advantage? Is there any advantage to having more than one brokerage account?
Right.
There might be. It's kind of like having almost the same answer to, is there any advantage having more than one bank account? I mean, whatever is in there is what you're going to be putting in there anyway, right? So I encourage everybody to have more than one brokerage account. However, the reasons for that are, it's just real Jamaican reasons. You want to have your options, right? It's not every day the person that you call on the phone or deal with at the front desk is going to be the best person to deal with, and having the option of leaving there and going somewhere else is always something that I always encourage everybody to have. So there is that. You asked specifically though along the lines of
back office information.
Back office information. I mean, they would say yes. In my experience, I've been doing this for a long time now, for decades, and no, not really. Chance, if there's anything like ultra great, it's a very small circle, so you're going to know. You're going to know. They're not always as well informed as we would like either. So oftentimes you may even know something before they do. So I don't find that to be there. Now, however, there are brokers who do release. You said back office information. You mean like research information on
like research, right?
Stocks.
Research information, right?
Not that I know of. I think actually one thing I like is that you can get research information from lots of brokers, even if you're not even a customer of those brokers sometimes. JMB, I know you can go and check there's a section, if you can find it on their website, where they have information on every company. You don't even have to be a JMB customer to avail yourself of that. I know Mayberry does the same thing. Oftentimes people like that one because with Mayberry, you do have to have $1 million to open a Mayberry account outside of the times when they have an offer in the market. Then you can get the account, they waive that $1 million requirement. But what I do know, something I've used from their website for years, this is Mayberry's website you're seeing on my screen now, is news and insights, research, and Mayberry research. And again, you can just get this by going to their website. You don't have to be a Mayberry customer. You don't have to have the $1 million. It's down now, I guess. But you can see they also have news there. They also have, I think, their trade sheets, strategic investing, and that's Mayberry. That's one example. But as I said, there are multiple examples. I know Barita, I think, also has one. I know JMMB has. I don't want to get it wrong, but I believe JMMB has. Yeah, there we go. Equity research articles. I don't know how often it's updated, but everything I'm showing you here, you can see by simply going to their website. It's not, you don't have to be a customer of them to see it. So view equity research by company, and you see the ticker or the name of the company there, and you pick whichever one that said dollar, and you see what they say about dollar. Now, it might not always be the most up-to-date information, but you can see what it is that that they say. So I like that you can avail yourself of information generally. And biased because I have My Money JA, which helps me answer the second part of the question.
Mhm.
One of the things that we have on My Money JA is that because that same problem that you spoke about exists, where it can be a lot to keep up with, right? There's a lot of information. It can be very hard to keep up with. We have a news section where we collate all of the news and have it in one single spot for you from all over. So whether it be John Jackson's IC Insider or Gleaner or Observer or the JC output from the companies that put stuff on the JC or Kalila or the RJR or Nationwide, we'll put all of them in one simple place here for you to be able to follow. If you have the mobile app, it's also available on the mobile app. And that makes it very, very easy. If you look up for a company, cement, you do a simple search for cement and you can see all of the articles about cement going back as far as you want or what different things have said, right? So you have to really put yourself in the driver's seat here. And that, getting into the second part of your question there, about if you have multiple brokerage accounts, can you see it all one place? Again, I'm biased in telling you this, but it is the truth. It is that problem that caused me to start out on the journey of having this site created, which is that you don't get a single place easily where you can see all of the
your portfolio.
Yes. And so I created that on My Money JA. If you have a brokerage, in your example, you say like, if you had an account at Barita, if you check your account at Barita, you're only going to see the stocks you own at Barita. You check your account, you own the stocks, but they are only concerned with what you've bought with them through their account.
Right.
And if you check your JMB account, you're also going to see the things you've bought with JMB. So it was that need to have a single place where you could see everything that helped push us to create, My Money JA. Okay. And I just want to show you an example of that. So what you can do with My Money JA then is you can have your entire portfolio, regardless of where it is, you can have it here. So if you have 168,000 SVL shares at JMB, well, you can put them in here. If you have the other 100,000 at I don't know, Barita, you can also put them in here, and then you'll have the one place where you can go and see how much your actual SVL shares are worth, right? Which is then, if you're serious about it, it becomes an advantage because nobody at Barita can really tell how much SVL you have, and nobody at JMB or the other broker can tell how much you have. And so this allows only you to be able to tell what your portfolio really looks like. That's another wonderful advantage of it. So in case you think that, they're checking your account or anything.
Randy, 1 second.
Thanks.
Is access to your website, how can you access it? Is there a fee or membership thing, to a subscription to access your website?
So you can access it by going to mymoneyja.com, mymoneyja.com. We have 3 tiers. We have a free tier. I said that earlier, that we'll always have a free tier. So you don't have to pay to access it. You can, if you just want to see what your portfolio looks like, you can do that there. You can have a free tier, and we do have paid tiers that allow you to have a lot more information. So if you're trying to, the point behind My Money JA is that imagine you had me as a virgin who can tell you when something happening on the market. Oh, pay attention to this. Oh, your dividends is this much, blah, blah, blah. This is like a tech version of that, right? So if you want to know your dividends is, you have it here. You want to know, like I was talking about yield earlier, you want to know what your specific portfolio yield would be? Well, we also allow you to see what your specific yield is, right? We'll put it right there beside all of the payments, and we also put it in other places around it. We do have 2 paid tiers, and like I said, 1 free tier. We have a pro tier, which is $15 a month, and that's US, and the premium tier, which is what we build towards, which is $30 a month. And you can get discounts depending on where you are. So for example, we have a partnership with Kalila, she does that show Taking Stock on a Tuesday on YouTube. In fact, I think it might be going on right now, or happened earlier. And I think if you use her code, you will actually get a 10% discount on the cost of either the plans that you pick. So actually, I will, when I figure it, I will share the link to her to join up with her thing here in the chat here. So you can click it as soon as I get up. But yeah, free, pro 15, premium 30. And we ensure that the premium is worth it and the pro is worth it also. It's for those are for the people who are serious about their money, want to keep track of it, and want the help to keep track of it. And then we do a lot of things, right? So you get imagine getting a little alert to tell you, not just that a dividend is being paid by this company or on this stock, but also how much the dividend is, when you have to buy the shares by to get it, exactly how much you're going to expect, and on the day, exactly how much you can expect. I can tell you from my own experience that I have ended up using my money JA as my home base to let me know when other things are wrong. So there are 14 brokers, and in my view, none of them have even a comprehensive view of the market or even your holdings with them. We've had cases where, I won't name the company, but we've had cases up to recently where their brokerages where they'd been overcharging their clients for years and didn't know. And what I was getting was a lot of messages from our customers saying, hey, the number that you have on your site for this in my portfolio is wrong. We're going back and we're checking on our side. I'm saying, no, this number is wrong. The math is correct. Yeah, but how can it be right when so-and-so is saying it's something else? Turns out that so-and-so was wrong and had been wrong for their customers for years. What helped the customers to get that money back? My money JA. In fact, a lot of people, I'm sure, on this call would have gotten in their accounts, if their customers of that broker, would have gotten an account credit last year. I don't know if it was explained what the account credit was for, but it was literally for all the times that they had overcharged because they had been calculating wrong for, I think, 4 or 5 years. So yeah, My Money JA is built to help you have that one place where you can see all of your portfolio in one go.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is there another hand up?
I don't know if there's a hand up, Stu, but can I go?
Yes, sure. Go ahead.
Afternoon, Randy.
Good evening. That's
How are you
Chris
doing?
Robinson. Good brother. How are you doing?
I'm quite good, my friend. First, let me apologize. I came in late because I had another commitment. But from what I heard, this was an absolutely fabulous presentation that you did.
Thank you.
My question to you is that, when they were introducing you, I'm sure I heard at some point where they said, well, you're not formally trained, but you are self-taught. That's fine. What do but somebody who's just out of high school, perhaps, want to take on to the whole question of investing and things like that, what would be your suggestion to them in terms of how to go about gaining the knowledge, to put them in a position where you are now?
Well, it was funny. I started in high school, so I can tell you, I started in high school. Kids they have faster minds. Anybody who know kids know that they're faster minds, they're hungry. So I tell them just to start, not plugging MMJ here deliberately, but because, again, a lot of what's built on the site is what I wished existed when I was starting. And so it's there also. So what would I tell somebody to do now if they're starting? If I have nieces and nephews, I tell them, create a My Money JA account, right? And just get familiar with what the things on the actual market are. Just know which companies are listed. That's a step one. And then 2, you want to learn a bit about investing. I do teach a class, but even if you don't want to come to my class, you can go and read about it on Wikipedia. I also have a blog on which I put the stuff out for free for years. I'm on social media. I put things out on my Twitter for years. My blog, evermickle.com. I have things geared for experts and also for beginners, where you are just reading how to get started with things, right? How to apply for your NHT refund. Let's see, if you go back earlier, what's an IPO? How do I get to one in Jamaica? I have a nice quick explain on that. How to drink on a budget. Don't drink, right? But things like explanations for, I don't say if you don't, you shouldn't either. Things like that, where I explain how things are and how it works and what you should look out for an IPO. You don't understand it, explain it, put it there. So you do have to do a little bit of work. I will never tell anybody not to do some work. Like I said, I do have a class every single month called Grower, GRWR. I don't understand how grower is, so I spell it. It means get rich with research. If you are going to make money from the stock market, you are going to have to learn to do a little bit of research. The onus is your money. So the onus is on you to have some amount of understanding about the money, about where your money is going. It don't mean that you have to become a stock expert. You don't have to be in front of the computer every single day, knowing it all, blah, blah, blah. But you should have a little bit of an idea about how it goes. If you want to go and pay for the class, that's fine. Of course, the people who do that class, it gets rave reviews because I put a lot of work into ensuring that they understand. But if you don't want to pay for a class, you want to learn the slow way, you can also do that. There are free articles. There's stuff out there. The JC's website has stuff. As I said, My Money JA has a free plan. Go on it, and you can just look and see every single stock. Just know what's on the market. So suddenly you'll start seeing things differently. Right? You want to buy, you're young, you're 18, you maybe want to buy a car, maybe an electric car, JetCon is on the market. Suddenly you can know about JetCon. If you're sure you're going to buy the car from JetCon, because them have the Beijing, the new Beijing, then you should probably learn about it. And if you're spending money buying from JetCon, you should probably own some JetCon shares, right? Because anything you get back from those shares counts as a discount on whatever you paid for a car. And the same thing works for loads of other things, right? You have to buy gas, FESCO. The JSE itself, the JSE is also listed on the JSE. And that one's a little bit of a cheat code. And one of my favorite stocks, actually, where good, bad, or ugly, the JSE makes money. With every single trade that happens, the JSE, there's a little fee that comes out of it that goes to the JSE. So when you hear that things are going great on the market, a fee goes to JSE. When you heard that 20% of Jamaica was sold for how much, $1 billion earlier this year, a little fee went to JSE out of that. People who bought it, a little fee went to JSE from them also. And then when those people sell some of their shares, a fee is going to go to JSE for them, right? When other companies IPO, get listed on the market, a little fee is going to go to JSE. There's also something I didn't talk about much in the thing, but there's also bonds. The bonds market in Jamaica is heating up. So there are more and more bonds being listed now on the JSE. Every time something lists, a little fee goes to the JSE. They have rights issues, JSE get a fee. APOs, JSE get a fee. Things look good, JSE. Things look bad, JSE. So yeah, there's loads of opportunities there. And so my advice to anybody starting out, young or not so young, is to just get the knowledge up. Check out the My Money JA. You don't have to pay. Start with a free account. Just have an idea about what is on the stock market. And then you want to get your feet wet. MMJA allows you to do something that I always wanted to have in Jamaica. It allows you to create an account, a little portfolio. Create a little portfolio, and that portfolio is like nobody's checking, right? You can call it whatever you want. You can call it My Little Pretend Portfolio. And you say which broker you use, boy, I think I'd go with, you can pick, let's say I think I'd be using Moneyline if I had a broker. Even if you do or you don't matter, right? Then you can set a little goal alert for yourself, and we explain everything to you. But let's say you're not even doing that. You can start off and you create a portfolio, and then you say, boy, I hear at that speech that Randy gave that, him talk about how careers pay a lot of dividends. I wonder what that would look like for me over the next year. Well, you can just add companies and you put in the careers. You start typing it, you see come up, you click it, and then you can pretend buy. Like we don't go and check your pocket to see. You can just say, let me pretend that today I bought 1,000 Carreras shares. And how much was Carreras today? Carreras closed today at $15.69. So I bought it for $15.69 today. And it shows, you see, it gives you the breakdown of how much that, if you were doing it for real, how much it would cost you. So if you are somebody who has an actual brokerage account, this allows you to see your costs before you go in. because there are always fees when you're buying, no matter which broker you're using. So if you buy the stock for $1, you didn't really pay $1. You paid $1 plus fees. Well, we give you the breakdown before you do it so you can make the decision as to whether or not you want to do it. But going back to the person who is just starting out and getting their feet wet, this is going to be like a dummy account for you. So you're just putting it in as you start, you save your transaction, and boom, now you have a little pretend portfolio that has a little pretend Carreras in there. And you can watch it and see how it goes, right? And then the beauty of that is that it goes one step further. You can then, let's say you're looking at the Carreras, you can then go as far as, okay, well, I'm not gonna be able to watch it all the time, but I want to know if it reach, I pretend buy it at 15, I want to see if when it reach 20. Well, you can just create a little alert. I want you that alert, you create an alert and tell it to alert you when Carreras hits $20. Let's say you get an alert if at any point the price is equal to or greater than $20. Boom, that's it. And whenever that happens, you will get a little notification either on your phone or in your email, or if you use Telegram, you get a notification on Telegram. It's bringing the local market closer to those things that we also want, the Robin Hoods and the advanced markets, the technology of the future. It's already here available for Jamaica. So that's what I'd advise somebody to do. Work on the knowledge, start out risk-free. If you get that little bet in your pretend account wrong, you haven't lost any money. That's a pretend thing, right? And then actually start though. Actually open that brokerage account. Actually put some money in and get going.
Understood. Good to see you, my friend.
All right, thank you. Good to see you also.
Okay, anybody else has a question?
And if anybody was typing any question, I should point something out. Usually, well, oftentimes people ask questions about what's happening on the stock market. I don't mind answering those questions if anybody has any, if they've typed in any. As far as I'm able to.
Yeah.
Since nobody asking, I'm not hugging out anybody, so I'll ask another one. Well, two more. One, is there any, just like you have the S&P 500 in the US, is there any fund in Jamaica that mirrors that? That's the first question.
Okay. Yes. So the S&P 500 is an index, and there are so there are index funds that mirror that index. In Jamaica, what we have is what we have are the what they call the selects. The select Sagicor did two funds actually. They did a Select F fund, which is for the companies on the financial index. I'll show you it this way actually. So this is Select F and Select MD. Those are for manufacturing and distribution. They've said that they plan to do, at least at the time, they had said that they plan to do other funds in the future. I don't know if they're still going to do that. It's been years since they said that. I heard some mention of like a tourism fund, but the closest that will come to it so far is Select F and Select MD. Select F tracks the financial fund, the stocks on the financial index, and MD tracks the stocks on the manufacturing and distribution index. And what you're seeing on screen now is what makes up both of those indices. So this is the financial index that you're seeing here. Yeah. It's too small, just zoom in. And these are the stocks that are in it. And there is also the manufacturing and distribution index. And these are the stocks that are in the manufacturing and distribution index, right? Yeah.
Which means in order to access these, I'd have to go through Sagicor as a broker.
No, you don't. You can buy any stock on the market.
Any broker would do it.
Any broker. Yeah, man. You can buy any stock on the market using any broker.
Okay.
So what you do if you wanted that, you'd have to buy this stock, Sagicor Select Funds. That's for the financial. And if you wanted manufacturing and distribution, you'd buy Select MD.
Okay. And the other thing is this, one of the things that I've always heard that you have to watch when you're buying stocks is the fees. Know because this is sometimes some brokers' fees are exorbitant, some are basically free, some are low. How is that distributed in our local market? Would it be important for me to be checking what the fees from the different brokers in Jamaica are before I get into bed with them?
I mean, just generally before you get into bed with anybody, you should check the fee. but I don't know that it is as important. I would say this. Yes, you are right that there are, like I said, 14 brokers, 14 different fees. The cheapest, I believe, let me not guess, let me actually tell you because we do have them. The cheapest, I think, is either Sagicor or JMMB. But I would tell you, and this might be controversial on my part, I would tell you to pay less attention to the fees and more attention to what you're getting for the fee that you're paying. So, in simple terms, you pay for the cheapness. Sometimes you end up getting cheapness, right? You pay for the cheaper thing, you're going to get the cheaper thing. I would also tell everybody listening and paying attention, watching, to be very realistic with their expectations. You're not, it's unlikely that you're going to get individualized attention, even if they say that, right? So, I mean, if you go to the bank and you see the line long, you're not the first person to talk to the teller that day. You're probably not going to be the last. And if you are, the teller is tired, right? No, if you think that the person that you're talking to, advisor, is going to be giving you individualized attention, you would be setting yourself up for a fall. Even if they say that they're giving you individualized attention, it's not. I mentioned Danai earlier, my friend Danai, and he is the only independent advisor that I know of. He's very, very few. He's FSC licensed. I'm not an investment advisor. He's FSC licensed, and he doesn't work for any house. He works for himself, which means that he charges a fee for people to see him. If you want to see him, you can go to dhalladvisory.com and set up a session. And I'd encourage anybody serious about it to that. He's going to charge you a fee, but because you're paying him that fee under the law, under FSC rules, also, he has to give you the best advice for your specific case. And that's not a common thing. Like I said, he's the only one I know of. All the others work for a host. If I worked for XYZ broker, I could give advice if I was in the advisory department because I'm covered under that broker's license. He is independent. What does this have to do with the fees? It's the same thing. Dana isn't going to charge little to nothing. He does have a fee. I think his fee is 25. But in paying that, you're going to get actual bespoke advice. You'll be able to get something that's tailored for your needs and your wants and your situation. In the same way, if you look for the broker that just has the cheapest fee, you're probably going to be one of the hundreds of thousands of people who are also going with the cheapest fee. And I was saying in Jamaica, anything too cheap, it might not be the best thing. Yeah. So I wouldn't encourage you I would tell you to pay attention to the fees, but don't make your decision based solely on the fees. Okay. And as I said earlier, get more than one brokerage account, play them off against each other.
All right, thanks. DP Stewart, I think I see Tanisha waiting patiently with her hand up.
Okay, go ahead, Tanisha.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Great presentation. I'm definitely going to go on that website to learn. My question, though, is do you think we need to change the language from saving to investing from as early as the early childhood institutions? Because we've gotten so comfortable with saving, but saving, as far as I'm aware, doesn't really put your money to work. We want more returns on our money. We want it to work, but we're also fearful because there is, a risk associated with investments. But I'm wondering if we are learning about it from a lot earlier, could that help?
Yes, I think it could help heavily. I'll tell you this, just because I know I was speaking to, I didn't know exactly who I'd be speaking to in terms of the public. So there are a lot of things like I said, I have my course that I do every single month, and I'm a lot freer there in what I say versus when I'm talking. I don't know who I'm talking to in terms of the public. What does that have to do with anything? I actually don't like. I don't like the term saving. Saving. People ask me all the time: should I save or should I invest? Those are the two. Those are the same thing. Saving is just investing. Saving is just a debt investment. I measure all of my investments against the return. So when I hear that question, what I'm hearing is, should I lock myself into 1.03% per annum before taxes and fees, or should I do anything else? And the answer is almost always anything else, including, as I said, I can't tell you what to buy or what to sell, but it has worked out better for Scotia shareholders than it has for Scotia bank account holders. So as a Scotia bank account holder, I can tell you that I don't keep money in that account. I keep money in Scotia shares, and it's also safer. This is not a Scotia point. This is a every bank in Jamaica point. I think we all know how terrible the scamming has gotten and continues to get. And bolt aside, it is not like people aren't going to steal your shares. That's not somebody can chop you and break into your bank account and transfer the money. They can't do the same thing with your shares. That's a different system. Shares are different. You wouldn't know if that happens, right? And you might think, yeah, but what you're saying, I am telling you that that's a very, very, very different one-off case. And I'm saying that as somebody who is also an SSL customer, and I also had accounts wrapped up in that whole SSL saga. And I've never been worried about it because outside of maybe a small amount of cash there, which I just immediately accepted that I lost, I don't really worry because the shares that I did own with SSL are owned by me and they can be transferred. That ownership is on me, not on the broker. So even though SSL no longer exists, those shares still exist and my ownership can be shifted to another brokerage house. And just going back to the first part of your question, early childhood. I mean, I don't have kids, but if I have a child, the first thing they're learning is about value and they're not falling into the savings trap. Like we all got the same thing when we're growing up. You need to save. Our parents were doing the best that they could, right? It was a different time. They were coming out of FinSac. For us, yeah, I think anybody know teaching the younger generation, you don't teach them to save, teach them to invest, teach them to look for value, to teach them to find what the best investment for what they want is. And if that investment happens to be a savings plan, there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, the discipline of learning to save is something that is actually great, but the actual returns are poor. So instead, I would teach a child to pick a stock that you know is, I'd say to a child, pick a stock that you know is, pick something that you know people are probably going to still do 10 years from now. They're still going to eat chicken. Jamaica broilers is the biggest chicken thing in the country. We're still going to build using cement 10 years from now. If you think the answer is yes, Carib Cement is the biggest cement company on the exchange, right? And it's the only cement manufacturer in Jamaica. You think we're still going to need banks? Well, you have a nice little cadre of banks on the market that you can pick from. You think we're still going to drink water? Wasinko sells more water than anybody else in Jamaica except NWC. Yeah, thinking like that. And then if they think like that, so if you think, okay, I think people are still going to eat chicken 10 years from now, then maybe I would, instead of saving, I would dollar cost average Jamaica broilers. And I am almost 100% sure that 10 years from now, that child won't be a child, will be a bigger child. But the money that they'd have put dollar cost averaging Jamaica broilers would probably be much larger than the money that they'd have been putting in a savings account. Almost guaranteed. So yes, I think that we should shift how we teach investing to our children and to everybody. But the truth is, a lot of us are adults and we missed it also. A lot of us are trying to get that learning now. It's never too late to learn. So I do think we should shift away from savings language to investing, or what I call, goal-based investing.
But wouldn't you say though that the people who are able to put money into the market, if they weren't saving something before, where would they get the money from?
I would agree that if you don't have any money, you can't do something that requires money. I agree. But if you have any amount of money, the market is a better place than a savings account. Any amount.
Yeah, no question, no doubt about that. But I just wanted to say to Tanisha that saving is not bad in and of itself, but what are you gonna do with that saving is really the question. But you have to, before you even go to a brokerage house, you have to at least have accumulated something. That doesn't have to be a whole lot, but you know. So that's
no,
still
I
the
don't know
first
that. Well, you said you have to have.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna take the money directly from your pay, fine. But I mean, I'm just saying you have to have it somewhere. You have to have something before you actually, you know.
Correct.
That's all.
I
That's
agree
all
with
I'm
you.
saying. I don't disagree with the shift in the thinking. I think you covered a lot, Randy, and I'm glad you're able to spend the time. I can't see if anybody else has their hand up. No, you mentioned something about VM. That's what I wanted to ask you about that. In what form is VM on the market? I'm not which one of the companies, because I know it wouldn't be the billing society itself, but what is it? What unit does VM have on the market?
Why it wouldn't be the building society?
Well, I thought since it was a mutual company, so that's what I was wondering.
But they did a shift a couple of years ago to move away from being that. They're now just a regular company. However, a lot of people don't know that. What VM is on the market is they have some bonds and they have the investments limited section. So the investment subsidiary is actually on the market, VMIL.
Right.
And they also have some bonds that they've just listed, and they have some preference shares on the private market. So I think they have 3 bonds that they've just listed, and 3 preference shares on the private market. And VMIL, Victoria Mutual Investments Limited, is also listed. The investment arm is also listed on its own here as VMIL. And if you go in a little bit more technical, they also have an associate company. They have an associate stake in Kingston Properties, KP REIT. That's their associate. They own more than 20% of that company. And that company is also listed on the market, KP REIT.
Well, that's kind of what I was getting to, because I knew if they had those other investments, those would have been the ones that would have been listed as a stock. That's all I was trying to clarify.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but I'll tell you this: some of us, myself included, are hoping and praying for the day when VM itself becomes listed, because, like I said, they're no longer under they're no longer the building society. They shifted to being an investment company. I think maybe 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay.
Being a regular company, and that mutual thing was exchanged. So now, instead of joining it and becoming like a credit union, you now just get shares, ordinary shares.
So has JN done something similar?
I think JN has. I think it's a shift in the legal landscape that caused all them to do it, but JN is not listed. So JN is not listed on the stock market.
They might have some bonds though. Maybe.
No, they
possibly.
don't.
Not even bonds.
Not on the market. I'm sure they have private.
Okay.
But not on the market.
All right.
BP Sue.
Yeah.
I beg one more question before you
No,
know.
Mike. Go on, Mike. Right there.
If I go to your side, my money, JA, would I be able to see? Because one of the things that I'm interested in is what are the stocks that consistently pay dividends? I know you said it early on. Would I be able to look and see which ones have consistently paid what percentage and what are increasingly paying dividends?
Yes, definitely. So here's the thing. When you just join the site, we start you off on a premium trial. So you get the full experience when you just join the site. And if you're doing that, so what you're seeing here on the site is, this is where the site opens up. It opens up on the overview page, which just gives you a quick overview of how the market looks as at the time when you're looking at it, right? This is the top 10 today and top 10 up and down today, and all of the indices and all of the funds that are on the market. These are the net asset values, exchange rate, and the latest updates and the things to come, right? Then when you go to the market screen, what you can do, which answers your question, when you go to the market screen, you can, let's work with year to date. You can change how the data looks. So you can go year to date, right? And it reloads. And then you can arrange all of the stocks. You can sort them by dividends paid.
Okay.
So what you're seeing here is everything on the market that has paid a dividend, whether it be a preference share or a bond, it's counting them out and paying. It's counting them and paying, and sorry, it's
Sorting.
it's sorting them by the amount of dividends they
Right.
have paid over that time. And just to make it simpler, I look at the equity. You see them here, dividends paid over time. CPFV, which is the Caribbean Property Fund, Scotia has paid 6, Careers has paid 5, and this is just literally recently. If I go 1 year, you see the same thing. And then we have information going back. Now, if you want details on the actual dividends, so let's say you click on Scotia, you want to see what kind of dividends they have paid. While looking on the stock page, you can see all of their dividends right here. So these are dividends. I'll just zoom in. 2025 so far, they've paid 2 so far in 2025. One was paid in January, and the other one is pending. It has not yet been paid, but the record date has passed. It's going to be paid 2 days from now, the day after tomorrow, and that's a dividend for 45 cents, right? If you want to look at what it looked like, let's say you want to compare, so you're comparing this year to last year, but suppose I wanted to compare last year to the dividends in 2014, I can also see that. So I can see that in 2014, they paid out dividends totaling $1.60, which ended up having a nice little yield against the current price. That's a yield of like, what would that be? Like maybe 4.odd%. I don't have to guess. I can go here and look at the yield. It's actually 3% flat against the current price. So 3% flat was what the yield was in 2014 compared to 2024, where the yield against the current price is 2.34. Things like that you can see. You want to compare them, you can do that. If you want to see every single dividend for Scotia, you just click on the dividend title and it will show you every single one going back as far as you want. This is just, again, if you're premium. If you're on the free account, it limits you to 1 year. As I said, if you've just signed up, you get the full effect. You can, there's lots of this sort of thing for you to look at. And if you are looking for a deeper side of the market, it shows you name it, we have it. We have all the information for all the companies going back, I think, this point, 23 or 24 years, all the financials, all the financial data, all the market performance, every single thing is there and laid out for you. So if you put your transactions in, they also tell you, okay, you should have gotten this, you've gotten this much in dividends over the time, you've gotten this much from this stock at this date. So this also helps you to cross-reference with your own records. I know if you should get something or shouldn't get something or something missing, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, great. Great, thanks.
No problem. I also, just to say,
go ahead.
1 sec, I just saying that I promised that I would share the links in the chat. So I'm sharing the links in the chat now for one, the discount link for My Money JA, MMJA. That's the first one. Then there's a Grow Investment course. My Grow Investment course, the link is there. And also the link to Danai Hall. Danai Hall's advisory service is also there. So I'm just sharing that link in the chat now so anybody can copy it out or just click on it easily if you want to, right? The first one, the MMJA link allows you, it's a discount courtesy of Kalila. So you'll see, I think they're explaining that it's from her. And if you do sign up, you do get a discount, I think a 10% discount for using that specific link.
I took a quick look at your websites just before the meeting, or last night or yesterday, and I saw the thing about the National Housing Trust. That one is that one a free website? The one that is more the teaching one, not the stock market oriented.
Yeah, both of them are free, but yeah, both of them have paid options on it. So you talk
Both
about
of them have paid options.
Yeah, man. Okay. So both of them have paid options and both of them are free. In terms of the information, The articles on everymickle.com, that's also, it's my personal blog. I've been doing this since 2012. I haven't written as much, but yeah, I try to put things out at times on it to help people to go through it in their own time and read and hear my own investment theory and so on.
Well, I think you have really, what you have shared tonight has really been very enlightening. And, I think our audience has been really appreciative. Because I got the power interruption, I'm not sure if it interrupted because it was actually running live on YouTube.
Oh.
I don't promote it on YouTube actually, but it's easier to share afterwards and put it up.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't put the YouTube part much on the flyer, but it was running live on YouTube. So I'm not sure if when I had the power interruption, which was about 8:33, I'm about to check to see if it got cut,
Okay.
if it was interrupted at that point. But at least at that point, yeah, I think, we'd have gotten most of what, you were trying to communicate. But when I check, if I find that it was able to continue, then that's what will be posted. All right. So, and as I said, the certificate, I didn't get to put it up online, but I'll definitely make sure I get it to you. In fact, I might just be able to do it now, just so you see what it looks like.
Well, I'll be very thankful, and thank you for inviting me. I hope it was very useful for anybody, and I will wait. Like I said, I like to give everybody as much as I can out of these things. So if anybody has any other questions, I will wait. Feel free to ask. I don't mind answering.
One of the things that kind of made me look, well, let me say, look more like at the overseas market versus Jamaican market, was that I was not aware of. Well, it's some time ago, probably before you started your things, but there wasn't as much data available in a single place that you could go to. So you really were kind of either you had to know somebody, but you couldn't just go online and get a lot of information as is. That's what I thought.
That's true.
But based on what you have put together, that situation has definitely changed. And, that's a major shift in terms of what used to exist, And I mean, what I've seen you put together is really, really remarkable. And I really want to commend you on it.
Well, thank you. I passed on to the team also, because it's not me alone, right? It's a team effort. However, I'll tell you, it was born out of the same need. I didn't decide to do it just out of the blue. I've been investing, like I said, since high school. I've been paying attention to it and putting money in, and I've been investing over 20 years. So I remember how hard it was to know what the profit of Scotia was last year, and how I wish somebody would just have it somewhere where you could see. So I did it, right? I went ahead and had it created so you can see it. So I know that last year it was 20.157 billion, and that was a 17% increase on the previous year, right? I want to know how much the dividends are. I can see right there. If I want to see their third quarter financials were in 2013, I can do the same thing and go and check it out and look at the actual thing. And if I want to actually just quickly see the numbers myself, I can see them here. And we have a lot more data behind that. So yeah, it is from the same. Thank you. I seeing the thing now. So it was from the same need that this was built.
Yeah.
For also, like you said, you want the information, and I don't know nobody. I don't come from nowhere, right? But I don't rich. I don't have the fancy last name. I needed it for myself, and I didn't know anybody either. And nobody at the brokers, they weren't going to do it. So I went out and had it done. I've been doing it and putting energy, blood, sweat, and tears into it for years now, not decades,
Right.
but years now for my money, Jay. We're in our fifth year.
Well, I can tell you, Randy, you're about 30 years too late, because about 30 years ago, I used to be, when I was really gung ho on the stock market, and I was spending so much time trying to create my own Excel spreadsheets to try and track this. And then what you found, you spend more time trying to update your spreadsheet than paying attention to what was happening. And after a while, I just got fed up. So
it can be overwhelming, yeah, man. Because
Well,
I did the same thing. I started out, this whole thing started as an Excel spreadsheet also.
had you been around and been able to do that 30 years ago, I would be a rich man now.
Well, you know, it's never too
Randy,
late.
I want to ask you something though. You have this up there. Now, I don't know whose fault it is, but until Stephen told me about you, I never heard about you. And you know, I usually keep up. Granted that I really, as I said, I was focusing a lot on the Jamaican market. But why I'm almost, I don't know how you would answer that question, but why, my question really is, why is it we haven't heard more about you?
Well, we're not a massive company. We're bootstrapped. We're bootstrapped for a few years. We're very heavily word of mouth, so people tell people who tell people. Again, we're not a massive company. I got investment. We pushed and we got an early stage investment from our shareholders in our 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. I would put that money into working on a lot of more of the back end and a lot more of the things, the infrastructure and so on. So again, we're not a big company. Is before that,
but
we were a company of two.
That's not the part I mean. I'm thinking even the existence of your website.
Well, we do have thousands and thousands and thousands of users, you know. We've quietly accumulated thousands of users, and things like this allow even more to come on. So now you use it, tell somebody else about it. mymoneyja.com. Very easy to know. There's an app also. It's on Android. It's also on Apple, whichever kind of phone you have, you can use it. And then we get enough money. If you really want us to get there, pay for one of the paid plans. We'll appreciate it. It'll help our revenue, and we will be doing ads. But yeah, we will be doing ads on TV or whatever. But until then, we've been moving slowly but surely.
And I think, DP's show is like with, for example, because Randy spoke about Kalila, right? Kalila is one of them who is getting a face now out there. But it comes from having been at Nationwide when she was doing her thing at Nationwide. And then she started doing all. So when you check, she has a whole ton load of material out there. But a lot of people just hearing her now because it's just getting popular. So I think it's the same. I think it's probably the same thing, Randy. But Kalila started out in media with Nationwide. So people heard the name and she would do her little thing in the morning. So people would listen when they heard her name, listening out for this. And they never went to a TVJ or wherever it is where he had a program. So
true. But funny enough, I did do I still sometimes do a podcast and a show with that. We call it the Earning Season Podcast. And we did that for a few years. In fact, the episodes are still up. And then after that, on Twitter throughout the pandemic, we did a lot of Brick Talk, which is just earning season, but on Twitter it allows people to join in like this and talk and give their views on stocks. And we did that. We've done loads and loads and loads. I don't know how many episodes we've done. I took a break over the last few years because I can't do everything. But yeah, we've done episode after episode after episode. We've had people on, we've interviewed people. You name it, we've interviewed it, from tellers to leeching. We've done it all. And I don't know if you would have heard about that either. So you don't know until you know.
Just like how you'd be surprised to hear that if you call a name like Owen James or John Jackson, a lot of people would say, who that?
Well, well, as you mentioned, John, right? We have had John as a guest speaker.
Yeah.
At least twice over the years. The last time it's been a few years since we have had him. But then John is somebody I know personally, and when I was more, focusing on the local market. But even his money, what's his investor's choice?
Investor's choice. I was an early subscriber.
Right. I mean, from the days when it was a printed magazine. I don't know if it still is now. But the point I'm getting at is that, we want Randy's name to get out there more, even though I'm sure he has thousands of, because I think when I'm seeing what you have on that website and what people can actually access, That is very, very important stuff. Very important information.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
It's been a
So
labor of love for
yeah.
years to try and get people to, you know, because it helped change my life also. Like I said, I'm not rich. I started out with 10 grand, and I've made a bit more than 10 grand over the years, and I have, more importantly, I've helped a lot of people to do it. Because I see some people saying in the chat that I've made a lot of millionaires, and that's actually true. I didn't realize that until people started showing me that, no, listen, you've helped, like I listen and you helped me get to this point, to this point, to this point. There are people who pay them school fee with it, pay for things with it that they've learned. And it's not all, we've gotten a reputation over the years. We do everything because we are the younger side of the market, or we're newer. So we're coming in from that view. So of course, younger people always want the money quicker, but we touch everything, short term, long term. We do literally everything. And so it appeals to a lot of people. Love it or hate it, it has helped drive hundreds of people, if not thousands of people to the market. And we just want to bring thousands more. That's the truth.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't think we have to keep you any longer. And I mean, unless somebody else has a last minute question to get in. But I really want to express our appreciation.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you have been thanked already officially, but let me just say, express my appreciation for you, and also the time you have spent after, because
no problem.
that has been
Thank you.
extensive, and it has even brought out more than we would have gotten in just a straight Q&A. So thanks again.
Thank you,
And,
boss man.
I
Thank you,
certainly
boss man. And
I
I'm
certainly be
glad.
visiting your site and looking at the options.
Please
And I'm,
do.
and I'm glad we had this session after the adjournment of the meeting, because things would have to be have been more concise rather than the conversation that we're having now. So really,
True.
Yeah. Look out for me under my money, Jay, because
no problem. Well, like I said, we have thousands of people. I won't see you specifically unless you send something to the chat and I'm reviewing it. But please do. And I encourage anybody, if you want to learn about it, I do a class every month. Like I said, grow, and that
is it a set time?
Yes. So
like
this
every
month,
what?
This month, no, it's not a set time. It's a scheduled time, but the schedule can change from time to time. This month, it's Saturday, April 26th, and it's a one-day workshop. So starting 30 in the morning, we go till 8:30 in the evening. It's just like this. So you're in your house, you don't have to be going somewhere. And it does include breaks. So you're not just there. But I try to bring somebody who knows absolutely nothing to when it's done. They're like, okay, I understand this thing better now. I can get started. I have my options and I have like a plan. It's not going to turn into Warren Buffett, but it's going to turn into maybe the start of what will become hopefully Warren Buffett in the future. Yeah, man. And
so you said Saturday, April 26th?
Correct. And that's a full day session.
And it starts when?
It starts 10:30 in the morning and it goes to 8:30 at night. And the other version is the split. In case you don't have the time to do that, I also offer a split version over 2 evenings, and that I'll be doing in May, and that'll be Tuesday and Wednesday evening, May 27th and 28th, 6 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. both evenings. So both of these are the same thing, but one is an all-day workshop and the other one is split in 2 over 2 evenings.
So how would one know where to log on? I mean, you put that on the website.
Yeah, this here I'm showing you is in the link I shared, everymickle.com/GRW.
Okay.
And if you and that, you click it, you sign up, and you get sent the invite, you get sent
notifications.
emails. Yeah, man. And you get told when it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been doing it for a few years now, and I've at this point I've taught thousands of people how to invest. And
what's the cost for it?
It is $100 US again per session, for either session.
Okay.
So the split one is still 100. It covers both sessions. Or if you do the all-day one, it's one. It's one session there. So the link I shared, you go right there, you hit purchase, and everything else is clear from it. I'll share that link again, just in case.
As a consumer, I hate to say this, but it sounds reasonable.
Oh, well, I can tell you, as the business owner, it's not reasonable to me. I do need to charge more, and I know that because I am told almost every month by people after they've done it that for this level of information you need to charge more.
Yeah, man, people paying less than that for a plate of food.
That's true.
I'm sorry, people paying more than that for a plate of food. So.
That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. That is true.
All right.
Yeah, man.
All right,
Yeah,
Skip.
man.
Thanks. Really appreciate it.
Good.
You're very,
Thanks
very
again.
welcome. Yeah,
Thanks
man,
again.
welcome. All right.
All
Night,
right.
night, everybody.
Night. Thanks. Well, let me just check because I think I saw
I'm surprised that there's nobody who is that asked about any market questions though. Those I usually get, although I haven't done any of that publicly now a good little while.
Market,
like actual stocks, yeah, man, actual stocks.
Oh, you mean like tips?
Not tips, but I mean, people also try to ask for that, and I've gotten so many of those over the years that I don't mind answering it in a way that I can. Now, I can actually answer tips here if I want. Nobody paid me, so I'm not acting as an advisor. But
okay.
But just things on the market, like what's going on with this, what's going on with that. That's something that I'm used to people asking a lot more of.
But you could throw that in now. We have a few more minutes.
You know what I think, Randy?
What's that?
I think what's happening is that the persons who are on are more, we all realize, I think most of us realize that and from what you have said too, is if you get the fundamentals in terms of how to think about this thing and so right, then you can find your own information about the market. You have already said you can go to my thing, your website, others, and actually find out information about what's happening now.
That's true.
The
But
important
nothing
thing is to find out how to do the research rather than the actual. Because it changed tomorrow.
No, I agree with what you're saying, Newton. But I think another thing that probably was in the back of my mind is that I wasn't sure to what extent he was allowed to make any specific recommendations.
Well, I'm not making any recommendations.
But he covered himself, He covered himself. The first thing he
Yes.
said, I am not a trained broker, so I am giving you
license,
giving
not
my
a
opinion.
license.
I'm not a licensed
There's a difference.
I'm not a licensed broker.
License.
So
Or a licensed advisor. That's financial advisor.
So he did put in that proviso at the beginning to say, hey, listen, this is my opinion. This is how I see it.
And that's true. And I wouldn't, and even then, I wouldn't necessarily be giving advice. But it's not even a matter of advice. Oftentimes, it's that because I've been there myself. I know what it's like for a lot of people when they feel lost. So somebody to maybe even just explain certain things on the market in a different way. It's not what to buy or what to sell. That's oftentimes the base level of it. It's not just what to buy, what to sell, but more of like I made a little joke about it earlier. Like, when is JMB going back up to $50 or yeah, that sort of thing, or what's happening with it, or what's happening with it. A lot of people bought Trans Jamaica recently, I think for $3.70, and it's below that price now. It was $3.60. Okay. No, it's at $3.64 now, but I don't know if they bought it at $3.60.
And we bought at $3.60.
It was $3.60. Okay, that explains it.
Is that the company that does the roads?
Correct. That's the company that does the toll road. The South Toll, yeah. The one that goes to.
So how come I thought that the Chinese had ownership in some of this, or whoever built the road? How that works?
The Chinese.
Or it's not the
Chinese
same
company owns the north-south, controls the north-south toll. This is the east-west toll. This is the one that runs along the south coast to Mandeville. Manchester.
Okay, so which is which? Trans Jamaica is which one?
Trans Jamaica is that one. It's the south coast one.
The south coast.
Yeah.
Okay.
And two, it was done by the French company Bouygues. I can't.
Oh yeah, I know about them.
Yeah, and then the government bought it back. That's what the IPO was about. The government bought it back from them. And there's this, I'm not going into the details of it, but in essence, the government bought it back from them, and listed the shares in order to get the money to partially pay them back and also to use for whatever their
But Stuart,
other purposes were.
Here what my tragedy was no Stuart, is that the other day when they were selling TJH for 360, I was happy to say, yeah man, this look good, and try and get some. But in 2020, it was sold for $1.41 at the IPO.
That's true.
So this was the remaining 20% that you spoke about.
This was the remaining 20%
Right.
that held on to. But the initial IPO was $1.41. So if I'd bought one, I could have bought what?
Well, whenever you have a secondary offering, it's always got a bit more.
Yeah.
It's always got a bit more.
Yeah.
Or usually, let's put it instead of always. That's a usually.
Yeah, definitely.
So that is a good example of where market knowledge can help. So, for example, that whole secondary offer that happened when it was announced in January, and I owned shares in January and I immediately sold them, right? And I haven't bought back in since. Why? Because that's like the sort of ground knowledge where if you think about it, it's 2.5 billion worth of shares that the government was going to be putting up for sale. The largest shareholder at the time was the government.
It's gonna dilute the market.
A lot of people are going to be coming in at 360. I keep forgetting the price, 360. And at the time, the price was at $4.40 odd. So I immediately sold, which means that now it's at 364. I avoided everybody that is selling at 364 now is I'm sure would much rather to have been selling at 440.
Yep.
Right? That's a good 20% more on top of your money. And that's the sort of learning that you can get from the grower course, where not just that sort of thing, but the why of it, right? I don't tell people what to do in a situation. I give them the tools for a future situation, whatever it may be, because I don't always know what it will be either. And it has worked out pretty well. So like that, I saved that good 20% there, and I suspect it's going to go lower. I'm not surprised that it's at 364 now. Who knows? Maybe it'll stop at 360. Maybe there'll be some resistance there, but I wouldn't bank on it.
Aren't you told to hold on to your shares in these companies and keep them for your children and grandchildren?
Who my children and grandchildren don't want nothing to eat. I have to eat for them to eat. No. Most typical advice is rubbish. I'll say that. Most typical. It's not rubbish, but when you understand more, you understand why it's given, right? It's like measure. You should measure all the ingredients before you cook or bake. How many of us actually do that? But if you're teaching a child to do it, you would teach them the first time to do it because they have to understand the why of it. And then later on, when they hear the typical advice, they understand what's behind it. So my simple version is most typical advice is rubbish. Should you hold it for your children? No. If it's falling in value, why do I want my children to lose value? But here's the atypical advice in that situation. Wouldn't it be smarter for me then to sell at 440 since I expect it to fall? And when it falls 20%, that's an opportunity for me to buy in 20% cheaper or buy 20% more, right?
But I think this was a case where you knew the IPO, the secondary offering was coming out, and you estimated what the effect would have been.
I was at the conference when the Prime Minister announced it, and I immediately put in the sell order.
Right. So you understood what that would lead to.
Correct.
But I think the question is kind of I would want to look at the question more in terms of the fact that stocks go up and down, and then hopefully the trend is upward. But there are the way I would have probably framed it is that if you are satisfied that based on what is happening with this company, that this company is going, the price is going to decline, then there's no point in holding it just because, but if if it's a normal fluctuation, then you don't necessarily have to come out of the stock. But you know, I
Agreed.
think people think about Warren Buffett and his buy and hold strategy. But even Buffett will sell when he know. And in fact, his he was selling Apple and a lot of stocks right up just before you know really the current he really read the market right in these last few months.
I don't know. I think yes, he did. He did, but I think it was yes, he did. He did. There's no going around it. But I hear so much about Buffett all the time. I don't. I'm
No, but
actually a huge Buffett fan, but not in the way that people tend to talk about it. Like,
yeah,
of course, a multi-billionaire can buy and hold. He's buying entire companies.
yeah.
If I
he's
bought
buying the
all of
company.
Wisynco, of course, I wouldn't be selling it. No, pay me all of those dividends.
Right.
But if I'm putting my little 100 grand into an IPO because I'm trying to get 120 out by the end of the year, I can't follow Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett don't know what a light bill is. You can't listen him, right?
Well,
yeah, yeah.
Warren Buffett, for example, Coca-Cola is one of his main holdings. I hardly think he has ever sold it, or he may hardly have ever sold Coca-Cola. You know, but that's just one example. But he's not stupid. You know, in a sense, when he says buy and hold, he's basically saying, you know, you can't be just running in and out. Certainly with the billions he's investing to, that's another factor. You can't just run in and out in that those kind of quantities. But he's looking longer term, and but he still sells if he knows that longer term this is not going the right way, and that is how you must look at it.
Well, the good thing in us, Joe, is that if say Trans Jamaica Highway is at 440 now, and you from your knowledge of how the market works, figure that it's going to drop. You can sell it at 440, and when it reach 360, you buy back everything that you sell and pocket it.
A lot of the grower grads did that. A lot of the grower grads immediately sold and bought back in the IPO and sold again around that too, because as you see the fluctuations, volatility, as I said, that happened throughout the time period.
But let me ask you this: long term, one would think that. But hold on now. If they sell, if it's publicly owned, who is running it actually?
Who is running Trans Jamaica?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I mean, the board, the CEO is reporting to the board is reporting to the shareholders. Who is the big man in charge now? That I am interested in finding that out myself, because the government was the biggest owner of 20%. This is the stake that was sold.
Right.
That you see in here.
So who are the major shareholders? There must be some major shareholders.
The major shareholders know. The number 2 shareholder, this is not up-to-date information, meaning we don't know what the new shareholding looks like since they did the sale. That was recent. There may be a new big man in charge or big person in charge. There could be a woman also. But the 2 shareholder as at the end of last year was JMB, and number 3 was Mussons, number 4 was NCB, number 5 was ATL Pension Fund. Number 5 was the ATL Pension Fund.
The institutions.
Yeah, institutions oftentimes are the top owners. So that's another thing that we have on My Money J. We have all the top owners of every single company on the market. Yeah. So
what I was alluding to is that long term though, these particular people and the influence on the board, we know that tolls are gonna keep on rising. I mean, they're not going to lose money. So would you say that Trans Jamaica as a long-term investment, and when I say long-term, let's say 10 years, if you look in 10 years, wouldn't you say that or would you say, let me ask the question, that it should be a fairly good investment still?
What's good?
Well, okay. I mean, it's always relative, but I mean, I'm not in a position to compare it to anything else. I'm just saying.
What could you get from it that would allow you to say, I am happy I bought this, it was good? If you put 100 grand in there today, what kind of return would you want over the next 10 years that would make you say, I am happy I did that?
Okay, looking at, I don't know what are the kind of returns. And when I say returns, I'm just thinking of capital appreciation right now. I'm not even thinking, is it a dividend paying stock?
Yes, they
I,
do. They do pay
I would think it
dividends.
would be a dividend paying stock based on the kind
Yes.
of company it is.
Correct.
But
In fact, they're one of the
just
biggest yielding dividends on the market. Yeah.
right. So one should really look at not just capital gains, but the gain in terms of combining dividends as well as gains. I'm not so sure what it would compare to in terms of what the best performing stock on the stock exchange is giving. But when I said it should be when I was asking question if it would be a good long-term investment, I'm not in a position to measure it against something else. You might have more information.
No,
right?
no, you're in a position to measure it against what you want. That's what I'm
You know-
asking you. What would you consider to be a good gain? If you put 100
No, look,
here today.
put it this way. I like in some markets you can look at it this way, but if a market can double in capital appreciation in a year, I'm good with that. Now,
So if you got 100% in 1 year, you'd be happy.
You don't get that. Well, it's true. For me, it's true. You
Mhm.
have to get that.
I wouldn't say that is my baseline, in terms of what I would consider as reasonable. But if you're gonna ask me, well, what is it you would desire? And I know, but I wouldn't be able to make a judgment because I don't know what has been happening in the local market.
No, I'm not asking you about what's happening in the rest. I was asking you, what would you like?
You know, the two things I would
But
get.
no, I can't like something independent of what is reasonable and what is possible. No,
of course, anything is possible. So you tell me, what would you like? What is a number that if you saw it?
No, I'm saying. Well, I did say that if a stock can double in a year, I think that would be that's reasonable.
100%.
I mean, but it is even possible to do better than that. But I'm saying I couldn't complain about that.
But Stu,
Mhm.
you see, because the doubling of the stock and so even if it happened once, it's not sustainable. For me personally, two things I would be gauging. Two things I would be gauging my stock appreciation against. One, what if I park that money in a bank account or a fixed deposit? What interest rate I was getting? And two, what is the rate of inflation in my country? If I am beating the rate of inflation and beating what I would have parked my money in a bank account at, then I would want as possible. Once I get in those, I'm happy.
I would say to you though that that's a low threshold.
Yeah,
once you're talking about investments, but to each his own. But that is a low threshold.
But each has to know what they want first. That's the truth. That's why I was asking you, what do you want?
What's happening
versus everything else? So
what's happening in the show is you see once you're going to be looking at a sustained 30% per annum or a sustained 20% per annum. The more and more you get susceptible to Ponzi schemes and all of them things.
No, but we're talking
about the stock market now. We're talking stock market.
Yeah, but
so we're not worried about Ponzi schemes right now because that's not part of the equation.
But there are not many stocks that are going to give you 20 and 30% consistently.
Well, all I'm saying is data. That's why I'm saying.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Before I make a
Consistently?
statement like that, I would have to know what is happening on the market. And I don't have that information because I haven't been following it.
Maybe some new companies that the new hot shot with something around the place or so can do that. But when you come to like the more mature companies, the Grace Kennedys or the JMBs and or whatever it is, I would think that if you can get a 10%, 10 to 15%, you're ahead of the game. Because if you put that money in the bank, they're going to give you 7% and then tax it.
I would even compare. To me, put the money in the bank is not even part of your. It's not even an option. So I'm not even so that is not something I would measure against. I wouldn't be measuring it against that.
So
but as I said,
I'll show you this. This. Last year, I wouldn't go into the preference shares. I could, but last year, just ordinary shares on the market, the number one gainer point to point, start of the year to the end of the year, was Blue Power. it grew 79.4%.
Oh, that's phenomenal.
If you put $1 million in,
Mm.
by the end of the year, you'd have had an extra 794,000.
Okay.
Wigton was 75%, 75.995, so almost 75%, 76, I mean. Lasco Manufacturing, LASM, was 74.8. Trans-Jamaica USD, that's the USD version of Trans-Jamaica, was 73.37, 73.4%. You are not finding any US dollar investment that's giving you even 10%, much less Trans-Jamaica giving you 73.37. And this one is an interesting one. And it's followed by the Jamaican dollar version of Trans-Jamaica, which is 70.85. It is interesting because you can buy Trans-Jamaica JMD and sell it as Trans-Jamaica USD. It allows you, not there's the arbitrage opportunity there for those who have a little bit more experience too. Carreras, very steady. Everybody know Carreras from Wapike Philip. 58% profit last year, point to point. Iron Rock Insurance, 54. Carib Cement, 46. This is just last year.
No. Here's a question though, Randy. Even though you talk about the numbers point to point, the 12 months calendar year, right? It's also possible that some of those stocks, if you took it from a different point, not necessarily within those 12 months, right? You could have seen a greater movement than the point to point from January, right?
Right. I just use this.
Yeah, that is an easier way to look at it.
To allow most people can understand this. But like I don't honestly, like internally, I don't really pay attention to this because I don't do this, right? Where there is significant profit to be made outside of that. Like if you have the ability to sell some shares and buy something else, which you have the ability to, you don't have to do this point-to-point thing. And it's also a bit of a trick in that it shows you a picture that you can, like the real picture is different. So for example, I'll show for this year, just this current year that we're in, from the start of the year till, I'll go from the start of the year to today, the end of today, 2 p.m. today when the market closed. Along those lines, the number one stock on the market so far is SRF, Signals Real Estate Finance, USD. It's up 53%, MTL USD, Caribbean Property Fund, Carreras also 20%. So I said that to just make that point that you mentioned, Newton, earlier. You were saying that, you're not going to see that 20% or 30% from a stock year on year. Well, if you did it with Carreras and sell it December 31st last year, you'd have gotten, 50-odd%. And you bought back Carreras January of this year and sold it today, you'd have gotten another 20%. Yeah. So there you'd have gotten 50% and 20% no. And even within this, there are things, quote unquote, hidden. I'll show you this. There are a lot of stocks that are also down, but let's look on one. What I'm thinking of is Dolphin Cove. Dolphin Cove is down from the start of the year till now. It's down 23%, 23.3%. But if you look on what the reality of Dolphin Cove shows, you'll notice that there is this dip. So it's down for the year, but there was this dip in February, and it dipped all the way down to like the end of February. By the end of February, it was at 14%. And then by the end of March 11th, it was at $18.25. So it moved from $19.59, the middle of February. By the end of February, it was down $12.79. So just to show you what that looks like on a percentage basis, I'll go from the start of the year to the end of February. That's down 30%. If you bought, let's say you didn't buy Dolphin Cove before, or if like me, you own Dolphin Cove and you bought more when this dip happened. If you go from then to the middle of February to, let's say, the end of March. So you bought at the end of February.
You would have been up You'd have
you
made
would
money.
be up 29.9%.
Even though the overall point to point is probably still down.
Down, exactly.
You would have made money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You
And
see,
there
you have
people,
different, yeah, if you have different highs and different lows within the year, you could even have made more money.
correct.
Let
And
me ask you this question. The Dolphin Cove, was there an accident, as we there was an accident recently or not so long ago where some
not,
tourist was killed or something? Is that so?
not to my knowledge, but I know that there is some their parent company filed for bankruptcy. They're owned by a Mexican company. They're owned by a company out of Mexico, and the Mexican company filed for bankruptcy. And that bankruptcy proceeding, I think when the news of that bankruptcy proceeding for the parent company came out, it was out in the news. Kalila reported it. And a lot of things happened there. And so it was reported. And so a lot of people rushed and sold the shares, right? And so it dipped.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think what happened is that a few people, myself included, who know better, know that, listen, how I put it is, the parent company filing for bankruptcy is like my parent doing surgery. It's a bad situation. It's a worrisome situation, but it's not me doing the surgery. It's my parent, right? And God forbid something happened to my parent and they die. That'd be a very sad situation, but I'll still be alive. It's not there, right? So the parent company filing for bankruptcy is not me filing for bankruptcy. And so
right,
I think the people who knew better understood. And so I bought a lot as it dipped. I know a lot of people, I did a grow session actually. Funny enough, I did a grow session in the middle of this. And so we were talking about it there, explained it, and a lot of those people made a lot of money off it, and more importantly, off knowing why they should have bought and why they should look to sell if they're looking to sell. And the people who are in it like me, we took it as a wonderful opportunity to average down, and it's down again. So taking as a wonderful opportunity again to average down, because I mean, if you drive out to Ochi tomorrow, do you think that there are tourists out there swimming with the dolphins? They are. Yeah, the companies are going anywhere and they're paying US dollars. Moreover, everything costs more now. So you know what? You can charge them more money to swim with the same dolphin. They don't know.
I noticed you mentioned USD for some stocks. What you're saying now is that there are some stocks that are trading in Jamaican dollars and some that are trading in US dollars on the local market. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. The JC has a USD market. They have a main market, the junior market, and they have a USD market on which you have main market companies. Some of them have a USD version, like Trans-Jamaica I mentioned. There's Trans-Jamaica JMD USD. There's Sterling Investments JMD USD. There's AS Bryden JMD USD. There's Proven JMD USD. PBS, I think PBS is just USD. MPCCEL USD. There's Cygnus USD, although that you can't intertrade the Cygnus JMD and USD, but it's there. I mentioned MTL Margaritaville Turks, and there's First Rock USD also. So those are USD, they're USD nominated stocks. So this like the price for First Rock USD today is 0.024 US cents.
Tell me something.
Does
it make, in terms of looking for growth stocks and so, would it make sense looking more towards the junior market than the regular market?
What's a growth stock?
All right. I mean, those that are most likely going to appreciate in price and so, because, all right, let me tell you what my understanding is. The junior market is mainly those companies that are coming to market under a certain value, right? Under a certain cap value.
Yes.
And I know the government would give them certain breaks, certain tax breaks and all of that. For them to come in and get established before, and I guess when they grow to a certain point, then they can move over to the other market. No,
they can if they want, or they don't have
if
to.
they want to.
Or if they want to. So
they also don't have to be new companies. In fact, I don't believe there are any new companies on the junior market.
Well, when I say new, existing companies that want to go on the market. So not
Yeah, but think about that. Think about that. You have your company. You have your company for 20 years.
Yeah.
And as long as you list it for a value of 2.5 billion or less, you can go on the junior market with it. And you get 10 years of a tax break, 5 years no tax.
Right.
5 years no tax. Remember, you've had this company for 20 years.
Yes.
Is that a new company?
No.
But it would be on the junior market.
I think you meant new.
No, man, when I said new, not
new in
new.
terms of public. New in terms of public.
But
every company that has it lists is new in terms of public. What I'm trying to show you here is how some of the things that we say don't really line up with how things really work.
No, man, I didn't mean new. I meant new to the stock market. But the thing is this. Here's why I'm asking, why I'm saying this now. I'm gonna call it new for want of a better word. These
companies on the junior market.
These companies coming onto the junior market, right?
That's smaller.
They would have had to satisfy certain matrix, certain measures before they are allowed to come on. That's number one, right?
They have to list at least 20% of their ownership, their shares, which is normal for any market. And they also have to, as it is currently, they can't list for more than a value of 2.5 billion Jamaican overall.
Yeah. And I think also part of my understanding is that they know, like Stuart now has this company that he has been running, and he has been running it like a one-man done thing. Once you get listed now, then you have to have a board or some sort of, he no longer can run the company as he ran it as a sole trader or as a private company. It has to be run now by an elected board or something like that, right? So my thought is that this company that was growing under Stuart's only brain now has a board of qualified people. Then it is more likely that this company will grow exponentially, since it now has a structure in terms of management and all of that will to bring to whatever it's doing. What's your thought?
I'd say that this company, now that it's listed, has the chance for greater growth than if it was unlisted. Growth in terms of the business.
Right.
And assuming that the
raising capital.
That they're almost certainly going to raise the capital if they're being listed, right? But assuming that the board it's not a guarantee. I mean, the junior market is no guard against stupidity. It's not. You have people who are screw companies up on it anyway. But there's a greater chance for survival. And a listed company is a very, very hard thing to kill. Siboney died in the 90s. Siboney is still listed.
You know, I had some Siboney stock, you know.
You still have the Siboney stock then?
Yeah.
How much did you pay for it?
I don't remember, you know, but after a while, you just forget it. I mean, I had Siboney stock from in the days when they used to send your stock certificate.
You still have those stocks, by the way.
Well, I don't even...
They're worth a lot more now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. You should look them up, by the way. They still exist. And they're worth a whole lot more now. They're closed today at $1.18, I think.
Yeah.
And they're no longer Siboney, the dead company. Somebody bought them and turned them into an energy company, that is their ticker, by the way. Energy.
So the Siboney Hotel doesn't exist. Does that exist anymore? Is under different ownership? And you wouldn't even
Siboney
know.
Hotel doesn't exist anymore. Siboney, by the time it got to this stage, had nothing in it. It was truly dead. It had no operations for a long time, decades. It was just the only thing it had was that it was listed.
The hotel was a structure, so somebody owns it now.
All of that was sold. All of that was sold under FinSac.
Oh yeah, right. That was the FinSac.
All that was sold under FinSac.
Yeah.
The only thing that they had was a piece of land in Westmoreland, and they sold that, I think, I want to say 2014 or 2017. That was the last thing that they had. After that, they had nothing.
I remember the Russell brothers, they were involved in it or something like that. But let me ask you this. When you said 2.5 billion it must be at least 2.5 billion.
The company, the overall company's value needs to be at least 2.5 billion.
That's what I want to get to. You can, all right, when you list, you don't have to make all your shares publicly available. If you understand what I mean. You don't have to make available for trading the maximum of the 100% of the shares that are in the company. Right? Some can be closely held.
The company shares, you have to issue at least 20%. 20% of the ownership has to move away from you.
That's the point I'm getting at.
So you can hold the other 80.
Right. So is it the 20% that must be at least 2.5 billion?
No, the entire share count, the entire share value should be 2.5 billion. The most you are allowed to issue is the
lowest.
The least you're allowed to issue is 20%,
right.
which means that the most you're allowed to raise is 500 million, because that's 20% of 2.5 billion.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
they've
what
said that they're raising the limit. It has been said, the minister said it twice, but there has been no actual
legislation to allow that.
Legislation to show it. They signed it, it passed through Parliament, it passed through the upper house, but it hasn't happened. Been gazetted as yet, so it hasn't happened yet. At that point, it will move from 500 to 750 million, which will mean that instead of 2.5 billion, it will now be 3.75 billion.
And the 20% is still
20. Well, who knows? 20%. I have to see the law. But
okay, yeah, right. It hasn't come out.
I don't think it will go down from 20, but it could go up to 30.
It could.
But I think they'll keep it at 20, though. I expect that they'll keep it at 20.
Mm-hmm. I thought the direction that Newton was going when he was talking about the junior market, I thought he was going in a different direction than what he actually said. The thinking that I have had about the junior market is that these tend to be smaller companies. They're not the size of the GK or the RNF or the NCBs, etc., etc. So they're smaller cap companies. Then put it that way. And sometimes the belief of investors is that it's probably easier, but it isn't always so. But it's probably easier for a small cap company to show a greater capital appreciation than a large cap company to show up, and that same amount of appreciation. So that is what I was thinking. That's where I thought he was going. But
that is not always that. But
that's kind of what that's where I meant to go deep is true.
Okay.
I just got lost along the way.
That's very much dependent. That's very much dependent on share price, not the cap of the company, but the actual nominal figure. So I agree with you. It's easier to go from $1 to $1.50 than it is to go from $100 to $150.
Yeah.
But there are massive companies on the market that are at $1 and going to $1.50. At the start of the year till now, all of 2024, Wigton grew 75.9%. Wigton is a massive company.
So it's just it issued so many shares that it came down to $1 something.
Wigton IPO'd at 50 cents in 2019. The IPO'd at 50 cents. So where they're at $1.17 today is a massive. I mean, they're worth 12.8 billion. Jamaica is a massive company.
Sorry, give me the time at the 50 cent IPO. When was that?
Sometime in 2019. May 2019. So we're
talking 6 years.
May 2019.
Oh, but 6 years to go from 50 cents to $1.50. Okay, maybe there have been dividends and so on.
There have been dividends, yeah.
Okay, but just the actual value, that doesn't sound necessarily
increase,
Yeah, but in 6 years, 5 to 6 years.
How many things do you know how hard it is to get 300% in 10 years? 300%, tripling. You're not getting that anywhere else.
No, well, there are stocks in the US market that have done that.
Of course.
That wouldn't be unusual. It happens.
Of
So
course,
I'm
it's not
just
unusual on the local market either. But good luck picking that stock out on the US market ahead of time and getting it in 3 years easily. You can do it. I'm not saying it's not possible. Obviously, it is possible. I'm just saying on the JC, it's a lot easier to find. On the US market has like what, 8,000 something securities? And on the Jamaican market, we have like 155.
no, okay.
By the way, just a pause here, Stuart
Mhm.
and Randy. I just realized that it's 10:30 now, and I have an AGM to go prepare for tomorrow. So
No problem. No problem. I'll be
and I'm
going
not even
soon
home. So
myself.
no thanks to you guys. But I'm gonna leave the conversation now.
No problem.
Hopefully there'll be a part 2. Thanks again, Randy.
No problem.
All
Night,
right,
night. Thank you.
I'm off. All right, cool.
All right, yeah. I guess this is why I said I wanted to I'm curious to reacquaint myself with what is happening locally, and I think your website will help me
Yeah,
to
man,
do that.
the local market is a gem. I shouldn't call it a hidden gem because I don't want to be hidden, but it's a gem. It's better than everything else. Everything else. Quietly better than everything else.
And
There's no amount of
you
money.
know, you made a point. You made the point earlier where because you are here, I mean, assuming you live in Jamaica, there are certain things you can see which you know is going to have an impact on the company's earnings, which you just as an observer or a consumer, and therefore you can tap into you can use those. It's not inside information. It's stuff that you can observe and basically be in a position to say, hey, this is a good stock to buy or buy more of. And I think you gave an example of when you talked about the Lasco and the iCool and so on.
And well, I go into it at my grower course, but as much as I do like, that's an easy example to give people, but controversially, company profits don't set the share price. So you have to know where to put it. You have to know where to.
Are you saying in Jamaica? You're saying
everywhere,
that company,
everywhere in the world. It's the same thing on the US
market. You're saying
market.
company profits are not the driver behind the stock price?
I wouldn't say it's not the driver, but it certainly doesn't set the share price.
Okay, well, okay. There's a lot more to it, but I mean, I think.
Well, it's the same thing that set the share price in both markets, in America and in Jamaica. It's the same.
Yeah.
Nothing else. People have to buy and sell the stock for the price to change. Nothing else.
Supply and demand. That's what you're saying.
I am saying that, but I don't think we're saying the same thing. When I say supply and demand, or you say it, I think it's two different things. But
no, you're saying earnings. All right, you go ahead.
Earnings are not the driver of the share price, and that's not a Jamaica thing or a US thing. That's a everywhere thing. Earnings do influence people over time, and that does over time cause you to have a share price that's hopefully higher. But JMB has made more profit now than they did 5 years ago. JMB's share price now is much lower than it was 5 years ago. It's more than 50% lower. It was 2020, JMB had a share price, 2019, 2020 had a share price of $50 per share. JMB now today is at, I don't think they're 30.
That's interesting. But then the other thing that affects the stock price is people's expectations about what the company is going to do in the future. Are you saying that people's expectations of JMB's profit going forward is that the problem, or how would you explain what you just said?
I don't see it as a problem. It just is what it is. You just have to know what it is that actually drives the share price and what to expect from it and how to act with it. It's not company profits, and it's not company profits in the US market either. It's typically spoken of that way, but if you actually invest that way, you will set yourself up for a lot of disappointment. That's why you hear lots of people in the US market. How come XYZ stock how come this company have this much profit and the share price not going? I hear those complaints for the US market all the time. And I also hear it for the Jamaican market all the time. But for the Jamaican market, what you hear said is, the Jamaican market, that's how the Jamaican market stays. It's not rational, it's not a real market. But the same thing happened on the US market, but they don't say that about the US market.
But wait, all right, an example of what you're saying, where a company can report pretty good earnings, probably beats the projected estimates, right? But its guidance is what the investors didn't, the investing community didn't like. So the stock doesn't go up.
Maybe. But there are also cases where the stock didn't go up, where there is no bad guidance. There's great guidance and beating earnings, and the share price just still doesn't fly.
Yeah,
and you can find loads of cases like that.
There are lots of times when good stocks or good companies, their stocks are not performing, or they don't, or they sell off. And one reason I know why stocks sometimes sell off, even though one would have thought that the prospects were good, is it is sometimes because sometimes when people need liquidity or need cash, you have to sell. Sometimes you sell the good stocks because that's what you can sell and realize the cash you want. There's so many things that run counter.
Sometimes you sell the bad stocks too.
No, you sell a bad stock because you want to get rid of it. But you can also sell a good stock because that's where that's based on your holdings. That's what you need because you need the cash for something else.
So what does it look like to me on the market when you sell because you needed the cash?
Well, one person that's gonna make any difference.
No, you can't say that. What I mean is, we don't know why the person is selling or why the persons are selling. We just know that it sells.
Yeah.
So it's not quite so cut and dry. And so this is where I can't go into it tonight, but what I'll tell you is, like, I go into it at my Grow Up course, where it is rational, it is understandable, it is predictable. That's another thing about the local market. It's extremely predictable, which I love, because predictability means profit, right? And so I'm able to make significantly large gains on the market because of its predictability. But you will never get to predict it if you assume that the market is irrational, because it's not. There's no irrational market as far as I know. The Jamaican market is
rational market.
Irrational. There's no irrational market.
There's no irrational market.
Yeah, and the Jamaican market is extremely irrational. It's just, if you expect it to do something else than it is actually driven to do, it is easy for us to just blame the market. But who told you that it was going to do that, right?
No.
Yeah.
So as a result, the market is always right. Don't
the market is always right. That's me. The market cannot be wrong. It's not possible for the market to be wrong.
But if you don't have a lot of liquidity, right, in a smaller market, that doesn't have to be true. In a highly liquid market, that usually
the market is
true.
never wrong, regardless of the market. The market is never wrong. I started on the
Jamaican market. But tell me something. Why do you think JMB? I'd love to hear your opinion on why JMB hasn't grown in stock price. It could be that it was overpriced. Was it overpriced in the beginning?
They did an APO in 2020, and if you understand how the APO works, the very nature of an APO encourages and sets up a situation in which share prices will stagnate. And they did an APO, so they're stagnating. And they were the ones who coined the term APO. Everywhere else they call it a dilutive secondary offer. But in Jamaica, that don't sound nice. So they use good marketing and they call it an APO.
So what the A means?
Additional public offer.
Additional, okay.
Yeah. And as a result, they have been suffering ever since, because it's kind of a bid that they set for themselves. They're just no.
But dilution, that is it.
Yeah. Extreme dilution also.
Yeah.
Millions and millions of shares to new people at a price much lower than the market price at the time. And then, because it was the market price was at $50 odd, and the APO was, I want to say, $30 odd. And so naturally it went down, and they brought in millions not millions of people, but they brought in, they sold hundreds of millions of shares in the APO, a lot of them to brand new investors. So those people are coming in at whatever the price, I think 32.25. So it's never going to get to 50 because you sold me these shares at 32. Every time it goes over 32, I'm in profit. So what am I going to do when I'm in profit? I'm going to sell. And then it spent a long time below that price. And over that time, over COVID, with it being below that price, what are people going to do? They're going to be frustrated and things happening in COVID. I'm going to need the money, so I might as well sell at a loss. The second you sell at a loss, what have you done? You've enabled somebody else to buy in at a cheaper price. And then that person buying at a cheaper price, profit starts for them at that cheaper price. As a result, it's been 5 years now, and JMB's share price has been, no, is this nice blue line? This blue line on the chart is the APO price. And it, as you see, it has only really crossed it once. And it was because there was a notice that the shareholders put out. They deliberately misinterpreted the notice. It was a very clear notice and they chose to misinterpret it. And Jeremy put out a clarifying message for it. And it immediately went back down. And that was, this I'm looking at here is 2022, 3 years ago. After that, it went right back down below it. And it has spent now 5 years at that level, and I don't know when it will ever go back up. I don't know if it will ever go back up. APO was a terrible decision. APOs are. I'm kind of
wondering, in the US, I almost feel that this would be grounds for a class action suit against the company.
It would be in the US. It has happened in the US. It has happened. There are things to stop it, and the same thing happens in the US. You know, when they don't call it APOs, but when dilutive secondary offers happen, especially if they're heavy dilutive secondary offers, the same sort of thing happens where the share price sinks and stays sunk for years. But in Jamaica, it was marketed so well that other companies took it up. So now other companies have done the APO, and every company that has done an APO has suffered the same fate.
Sorry. Yeah. So, but obviously JMB thought it was a good idea, and it must suit them.
It suited them at the time. They weren't, because they don't worry about their share price. They don't care about their share price. The share price is our business, you and me business. It's not JMB's business. JMB makes money off selling their customers loans and allowing them to trade and all of that, but they're not making money off the share price. So they didn't care.
In the US context, it's supposed to be shareholder. Everybody is thinking about the shareholder.
In the Jamaican context,
it seems like in Jamaica, shareholders don't have any power. At least the minority shareholders have no power.
In the US, many will tell you that the minority shareholders don't have any power either. There's power in Jamaica. In fact, there's power in Jamaica in the shareholders, but
wouldn't it be in a small group?
No, it's the same. It's the same way. If I have 80% of the company, everybody else have 20%.
Okay.
If I decide that I'm gonna do this thing, I'm gonna do this thing, or we can put it to a vote. But I'm definitely going to win. However, I would do this sort of thing if I don't care about the share price, right?
Yeah.
I would do this if I don't care about the share price. You care about the share price because that's how you earn. I don't care about the share price because that's not how I earn. So I just do what I'm doing and screw you. That's kind of what happened. And every other company has done the same thing because it's so well marketed. And remember, it allows them, the company, to get the money that they want. After that is you get joke, you know. It's not me. I sold you the shares. Good luck.
All right. Would you say in a more well, I want to cast aspersions as to the level of sophistication in our market. But you can have an additional, well, APO, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
Where people is undersubscribed and the people who back it up hog it up.
We've had that.
Why couldn't that happen in Jamaica? Has that ever happened
in Jamaica? Yeah, it has happened in Jamaica. In fact, the last few ones have been like that in Jamaica because people have started to realize.
Yeah. That they're being taken for a ride.
Yeah, like somebody told me that I'm the APO boogeyman because I let so many people learn about that, and it's not. I paint it as if it's not good, but I'm like, it's not that it's not good. It's not good. It's not good for me because you're ruining my chances to make money from the share price going up.
Right. But if they were concerned about the share price, they could have reduced the amount of shares that they are
Or they could
offering.
raise via rights issue. Just raise via rights issue instead of an APO. Don't dilute. Offer it to your shareholders first. You can raise the same amount of money.
Right.
But instead they decide that no, we can't do that. Usually because they have somebody else out there that they want to bring in, and I want to bring my pension fund in. I want to bring my brethren in, my brethren big company or whatever. And also maybe sometimes I don't want to be diluted. So I will remove your preemptive rights, ask you to remove your preemptive rights, and then I will do an APO and I will get the money and I will give 100 million shares to the public at half of the current share price. And then I'm done. I'll tell you, hey, we've collected the money. Thank you, blah, blah, blah. And then we move on.
All right. Is our legislation adequate?
It is fully adequate. Very, very adequate.
No, I mean, what I meant was to prevent some of the things that are obviously inimical to the interest of the shareholder.
Yeah, they're not breaking the law, you know. They're just choosing to do something.
No, they're not breaking the law. It could be because the law is inadequate. That's what I'm asking. In other words, would that happen in other markets?
It does happen in other markets. It does happen in other markets. It's just nobody's putting it up in other markets as if, like, you know what's going to happen when they do that. So a company that does a dilutive secondary offer in pretty much any other market faces this sort of thing. There are very few situations in which you can do a dilutive secondary offer, especially a large one, and not face this sort of situation. And so it does happen in other markets. So they're not breaking the rules or the laws, and the laws are not inadequate. They follow the steps required by the law to do these secondary offers, the APOs. But it's making a decision in which it's very clear that what we're not concerned about is your share price in the future.
Well, I didn't think they were breaking the law because that would be obvious, and I mean, and that would be an issue. But that's why I asked if the laws are adequate.
Yeah, the laws are adequate. It's a decision that's being made where they truly don't care. So I keep track of every single APO as it happens. And
Is
every
there
single
another
one
company
of them,
you can tell me like that, JMB,
if you can see my
which for
screen
example
now,
has just
my
not
screen now. Every single company on the screen has done an APO. And so every single one of them is below this line right here, 0%. All of them are below 0. They're negative.
Okay.
So you have Derrimon Traders, Cygnus JMD, Proven, NCB, KP REIT, JMMB, Barita, 138 Student Living.
So, is it fair to assume then that these are not stocks that you would recommend?
Well, I wouldn't recommend them. I don't recommend anything at all, but I certainly don't own any. I can tell you that.
Well,
and
that's okay. That's good enough for me.
Yeah, and I am looking keenly to see. It's not that I'd never buy back any. At the end of the day, I will buy anything if I expect it to go.
If you expect it to, exactly.
Yeah, but I am looking for what it is that can break that APO cycle. It is such a deadly thing to do to a share price.
Yeah.
That I may, if I think Barita is probably gonna try and do another one. They did 2. I think they might try to do another one with this reworking of the Cornerstone Group in maybe a year or 2. But if it's interesting enough, whatever they do, it may cause the share price to go up. As it is now, it's down below the APO. And I am also wondering if the majority ownership of NCB changes from Michael Leachin, that might be so interesting that I might buy some NCB.
Okay.
But barring those 2 things, I don't really. Yeah, there's none of these that I'm watching all of them, but I have no money in any of them, and no desire to rush and buy any either.
Mm. How many stocks are listed on it? Do you really, you don't make a distinction between juniors and the other market, really? You just choose whatever you think is a
True,
good
yeah.
investment.
Correct. I don't
So
really,
in total, how many stocks are listed?
on the overall market,
Yeah.
securities, I think 155 or 166. I knew the number before I came on. I actually checked it just to be able to say it. But it's slipping.
That's a good enough idea for me too.
Yeah, I think like 155 or 160. Total securities, including all the preference shares and the bonds and everything. It's
Oh, okay. Well, I really meant stocks.
Yeah. Also, just in
I
terms
mean,
of ordinary equity, so no preference shares either. Just
yeah. Well, you know, some of the preference shares almost trade like stocks and can be just as can have reasonable capital gains. So I wouldn't
reasonable.
exclude that.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
I'll show you an
Preference shares,
example.
yes.
Last year, the biggest gainer on the market last year was a preference share, 138 student livings ordinary share, not ordinary shares, 138 student livings preference shares, I believe was
That's a company that builds one of the campuses, the campus.
they do the
res-
housing on UI's campus. Yeah.
Right.
They do student housing on UI's campus. And they last year, I believe, they have ordinary shares and they have preference shares. They tried to do an APO and it kind of stumbled last year. But they had the number one thing. Their preference shares grew 133.4% last year. 133.4%, 41% profit. I think the year before it was JPS. JPS has JPS 7, I think JPS or JPS 5. They have some preference shares from the year before, and those were the number one gainer in 2023. I won't go off memory since I can look at it here, but I believe that it was 7,000 something percent in 1 year. We'll see in a second. In 2023, it was 6,440% profit on the JPS 7 preference shares. And that year, Siboney Energy was the number 2 at 98.2. And the 138 student living variable rate that year was 95.64. And Trans-Jamaica JMD and USD 95 and 76. And that's year on year. So that's why earlier when you were saying, when the gentleman was saying that, you know, you're not going to get it year on year. For some companies, you will. Yeah, the market is, and these years, it was expected, at least it was clear that this would have happened, at least to me and my people. It was clear that this would have happened for Trans-Jamaica. It's clear that this would have happened with energy. I won't swear to the preference shares. I'm not sure what's happening there. But yeah, it's a very predictable market that tends to be overlooked, and the profit here tends to be ignored. It's a significantly large amount of profit.
Yeah. Why? Very interesting.
Yeah, man. When you hear me tell people that, listen, I can't buy a house because I can't imagine taking $5 million and
you can't
paying a
tie
house
up your
deposit.
money in a house.
No, because $5 million, you know what I can do on the market with $5 million? You know, I can do on the market with $10 million. There's no way I could do that, you know, in real estate.
Yeah.
I know for a fact I'm going to make much more money in the market, and you get more from dividends than you do from rent. And even if you think that, you're going to get great from the rent, the second thing breaking that house is up to you to fix it. I don't have to fix anything in these companies. If I don't like it, I can just sell and come out to a certain level.
But I think real estate is not a bad idea, especially if you live in it.
I'm not going to knock it. I just haven't done it.
Yeah.
I just haven't done it. I'm not going to knock it, but I don't have enough money to say, let me do it yet. All my money is, and I could do it, but I can't convince myself to.
You know, I mean, but you know, there's never been a point in Jamaica when real estate wasn't expensive.
True.
Even if
True.
you owned it 20 or 30 years ago, at the
It's
time,
worth even
20
more
or
now.
30 years ago, it was expensive.
Yes.
And you look at it now and you say, boy, at least the appreciation, look at the value. You kind of say, well, this not such a, it was a good deal. But
Yeah.
it was always expensive, even then. So I think that it is well, I guess everybody is different, and it depends on the stage of your life at the
No,
time.
agreed. I like I said, I'm saying that again, I don't have children, so I can say that, and I'm not going to knock real estate. It's just
Boy,
if you're
me a
asking
£14 a
me,
conversation.
Say
Yeah, man,
again?
my name is no, me I say me a £14 a conversation.
Okay.
My name is Tavares. Yeah, man. Me I wanna run the student them,
Hilltop.
Oh,
I will
good.
join in. Yeah, man. But as on the dep on the real estate thing, I remember always a search. Me not have the first dollar, but me always a search, house prices and land prices, and you see the advertisement them, and me I say to myself, say, no man, you mean to tell me say me gonna live in a rent house the whole of my life? Because the prices them for these real estate thing is crazy. And would I never go own it. But I literally purchased my first real estate property. Well, it's a piece of land. But I could have only do that through investing.
yes,
Right.
I could have only
In
literally
stocks.
never have the money. None at all.
Yeah.
None at all. I start with $150,000 in December 2022 and immediately join into run the entire thing. I do the more money thing. I sign up with the premium. I do the grow class. I'm there in the group from 2022 till now. I'm a paid subscriber to the group. But the real estate thing, it just goes to show you how good stock is, because there's no way I could have bought that piece of property with what me did have at the time or what me that do at the time.
Yeah, the cheat
But
code
through
is
investing
stocks.
and compounding all of those gains over the years and building up my portfolio to where they now, me can easy well. And the funny thing about it is that is literally the stock pay for it. When I say literally, I mean, I literally fund out the money for the land from my investment account directly to the person's lawyer account to pay for the land. So when they look on that statement, they will see that the money coming from JCSD, whatever it is, the money that come from. So I literally paid for it through investments, and it couldn't work the other way. I couldn't pay for my investment through the ownership of a house because I couldn't own the house. You get what I say? Or own the land. Literally
land
couldn't do it
first,
the other way. That's why you find that most investors get wealthy through investment and then go to real estate.
Yeah, that's the secret.
That is
Like
the root.
like you, Tav, I don't own any land like that, but I could know. But the only reason I could know is because of stocks. And the truth is, if I were to buy into real estate now, I'd leverage stocks to do it, and then I would leverage real estate to put the money right back into stocks.
Boy, that is exactly what I'm executing right now. So now that's the properties in the ownership of me. I'm going to leverage that property to borrow against the value of the property and then put back the money in the stock.
Love that. Lovely.
Yeah. So that's the
all of this
entire
on the
plan
market.
from day one. Yeah, all of this
man.
through teaching. All of this so me I talk about the things that I learned from this brother where they on Twitter. I used to do the whole brick talk thing where thousands of people tune on a Friday daytime. People then a party for a Friday evening time. Them open their microphone and a be a music here in the background. Me not lie. I want
So
to be honest.
is Randy talking?
Yeah,
man.
So
yeah, man.
what you used to do on Twitter?
I used to have spaces. The same podcast I mentioned, Brick Talk.
Yeah, man.
Brick
It was
Talk.
man.
I
It
used
was
to do
a
it every
thing, man.
Friday.
Thousands of people log on for that till 2 o'clock in the morning. People still are listening. Trust me.
Yeah, we did it for hours and people talk. I did it for years, and yeah, a lot of I love hearing that. A lot of people benefit from it. I often find like for every one person who mention it, you have maybe 5 or 10, I guess, who don't mention it, but I know they benefit because I've
Okay.
seen it. Or sometimes I'll go somewhere, so I'm going through the airport and I get stopped sometimes on the road and somebody will stop me. So I know, yeah, it's a major thing that I've wanted people to get into. And yeah, I'm proud. I'm happy every time I hear about it. I hear other people realizing how good it is, how much it changed their life. Like here, Tab saying buy a piece of land. Half it time couldn't do it without it. Proud of you, Tab, no lie.
One, trust me, one brother. I mean, I tell you, we can't stop giving your praises, brother. Trust me, because wish when we did really do at the time compared to when we then know and when we have plan. And the funny thing about it is that we're so confident in the plan we have for the future. Literally, it's like you can't wait.
Yeah. That's the next thing. Like it's not that you must have things work out. It's that you know what you're doing. You know, so it's not it must work. It's like on a trip. I don't know that a car is going to hit me down when I go down the road, but I know the way to halfway tree. So I'm going to halfway tree now, right? You don't know what could happen to you on the road, and you have to look out.
And the thing about it, you're gonna know if you avoid. Because you already plan out and say, oh, that road is too busy, so because I don't want to get lit down. I not go around this, less road, less cars on that road, so less likely I am to get hit by a car. So, them look away there. But the grower class, I'm not sure, but for me, the grower class is like, I know I'm not gonna give much information on it because this is not a planting, and I mean, but at the end of the day, it give you a roadmap. Remember when I go to school and used to give you something near Atlas? Yeah, this would come like the Atlas to invest in. to know where you go, you lay out a nice path where if you really listen and you follow the path, it can work out for you. So before you invest in any company, you do this thing, give you more information on that company and how to gather the information and how to actually invest. Because one of the time him did ask you a question, and I know why you couldn't answer it, Sir Stewart. If you did the class, you could have answered the question. That is when he was asking you what you want from it. Like, is a thing that with the class get you to understand, So I understand why you couldn't really answer it or you never really get to him. I understand what you were saying, Stuart, because the reason why I understand it, because I would have said the same thing when I just started investing. I would have reacted the same way. But because I know the teaching of what I learned, I understand why he was asking you the question. Because that answer to that question would have been the only reason you would have invested in a particular stock in the first place.
Yeah. Well,
I remember the question. I remember the question.
What would be a good number for you?
Yeah. What my thinking was, since we're talking about a market that I'm not familiar with, to me, it didn't make sense for me to have an expectation which is unrealistic for this market. That's the only thing. In other words, everything is relative. And then eventually I said, well, if a stock doubles in a year, that's reasonable for me. But that's why I actually said that. But in other words,
it's like learned. To what you are saying now, what I've learned since being around Randy and in his group, look for one stock getting you 100% in the year, but it doesn't have to be one stock.
True. What you're looking for is 100%.
Yeah, that is the whole thing. So if it's 100% in this you want, no, you should be looking how you're gonna get that 100%. So that's why Randy was asking you what you want. So in a year it might be unreasonable, but if you really look into it and plan it out,
it may not be. It's a bit of a trick question. It's a bit of a trick question deliberately. It's meant to make you think about it. Yeah, but and as you've seen from some of the percentages I've shown here, what you think might be beyond you is maybe not actually beyond what's reasonable. You get me?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's not, but oftentimes I know people go, well, I don't know what to say I want because I don't know what's available. But I want people to realize that what's important is not what's available, it's what you want. That's the most important thing first, because
look at it.
The next step. I don't get me wrong. I understand where you're coming from. And I know what you're doing, what you're saying, but like Tav said, once you get the grower teachings, once you've heard it, and once you've gone through it yourself, you realize why I ask it the way I ask it. And you realize what I'm asking. And you realize that you actually can answer. Because if you had said to me, you know what? If I put 100 grand in, then I'm getting, and I get back 150 grand in 3 years on top of my 100 grand, I would be happy. You would be happy regardless of which market you get it in, right?
Yeah. Okay, that was just a hypothetical number in terms of, you know, so I won't argue with that. But I would not be happy with a 50% gain over 3 years.
So that's what we're talking, regardless of the market.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be
so
happy with
you are,
that.
but you must be hitting the market hard then to say.
The question that you were asking, I could have said something, and then the answer would be, well, this is not the market. I'm going to give you that.
You'd never hear that from me. You hear I did this presentation on this is the best market for you to invest in. There's nothing that you can't tell me you want that you can't get.
Let me give you an example. I started investing in December 2022, and my portfolio has grown 1,500% since December 2022.
I put it this way. I don't even, people wouldn't believe that I'm a really good marketer because I don't do the marketing in the way I should. You hear what I was telling you? Like, if I told somebody that, oh, I know people who have that, they'd think, oh, we don't believe you, and that sounds scammy. Because it sounds scammy, I don't tell people about it. I get them to do the regular thing, but I know what's there. And Tav is not like the best gain out of the group. It's like, and Tav is really good. It's just, the point I think I'm trying to bring to you is that, listen, 1,000% is not, when you say you're going from Tav, 2022?
Yeah, December.
Okay, so really January 2023, if you will, then. So all of 2023, all of 2024.
So if I come back to the 3 years when you mentioned, say 50% not really nice, you know?
Exactly. And it's not even 3 years. You go December 2022.
Exactly.
Yeah, less than 2.5 years. And it would be 2.5 of the years in which, if anybody you talk to, they tell you, say the market is down in Jamaica. 2022, the market is down. 2023, the market is down. 2024, the market is down. But in that time, Tav tell you what I make. And he's not the only one. It's something that you can do, and it's not magic, it's not luck. It's a repeatable process. I wouldn't care. I mean, it's good when I hear somebody say, they make some money on the market, but I don't care as much if somebody tell me they make one big gain off this, a nice food. I get interested when you can repeat it. Do it again. It's the repeatability that makes it impressive to me. And the repeatability of it is why I do it and why I'm good at it. I am able to find those gains again and again and again and again and again. And it's not that hard. It's not like it's that many things. And we know the things in a way that other people can see. Another example, I never gave this during the speech, but like, I remember Tav was here for it last year when hurricane, was a hurricane, Tav, in July?
July or in June?
No, it's July 4th. Yeah, I remember the date, but I don't remember the name of it.
Beryl.
Beryl, yeah, Hurricane Beryl. Hurricane Beryl happened, and we know a lot of places lost electricity. There was a lot of noise on the news about, the Ministan, JPS, Daryl Vaz and JPS. And St. Elizabeth got hit hard.
Yeah.
In fact, St. Elizabeth was out of power for maybe a month and a half. Wigton is in, well, they're not really in St. Elizabeth. They're really kind of Manchester, right? But they're in that region. The fact that those people didn't have electricity allowed us to know that, okay, Wigton is not supplying electricity to JPS. So then we know that Wigton would have had a drop in profits or revenue, or could. It's not that they must, but that's a sign for revenue to go down, because if you're not selling power to JPS, you're not selling power. That means you're not making revenue. No, they didn't. We knew that about 2 months before they came out and said it. because we use common sense and we know what's going on and we know they won't say it. And that sort of insight allowed us to see an expected dip in Wigton and also the expected actions that they may have taken to stop the dip if there are parties who care about Wigton's share price, which in this case there were, right? Things like that allow you to make wonderful gains. Another one I touch, I won't touch that one, but yeah, things like that are in front of us all the time.
Yeah.
And we see, but we don't necessarily tie it back to a share price. But being
Yeah.
able to tie it back to a share
You're
price
right.
is extremely lucrative because you can then see a 30% in a month, 2 months, 3 months, a year, 2 years. You can see something that you know, say, wow, based on this, no matter what happened. I'll tell you this, my pension stock, one of them is JC. JC being my pension stock means like I'm thinking there's no point to for the next 10, 15, 20 years where people aren't going to care about investing on the market. There are all these things on the market, the stock market. And so as there are these things on the stock market, every bit of buying and selling means more money for JC. Every listing means something for JC. Even the APOs, which I hate, every APO comes with APO fees to JC. And then when those people buy those shares in the APO, when them sell them, there's fees to JC. When it goes up, if it goes up, there's fees to JC. When it goes down and they're frustrated and they sell it, there's fees to JC. And at the end of each year, JC charges a fee based on the market cap of every stock on the market also. JC is tied in a way that very few other companies are tied in. So I know that 10 years from now, JC is still going to be on the market. There's no way that they're going to be at $13 still.
Yeah.
And so it becomes a very
They weren't
easy buy for
always
me.
a listed company. It took when did they actually list?
I think they listed in 2014.
Yeah.
Listed in 2014. And I did dollar cost averaging earlier. And that if you look at the dollar cost averaging for JC, that's a wonderful little story also. If you say your dollar cost averaging 20 grand into JC every month, 20 grand into JC every month for let's say from the IPO, so from 2014, I'll just go to the start of 2014 till today. If you're just putting it under your mattress, you'd have been putting on 2.7 million. But right now, if you're putting it in JC, you would currently be worth 14.5 million. And that's from putting 20 grand into JC every month. And you'd have that's 11.8 million in profit and 3.8 million in dividends during that time. Now, if you're reinvesting the dividends, it would be even better, right? You'd actually have 17.7 million in gains. And that's from putting 20 grand a month in from JC till now. 20 grand a month in JC, just like people who save 20 grand in a savings account. 20 grand a month in JC from 2014 till now, every month, you would have 26 million. No, 26 million plus like I said, well, in this case, 6 million in dividends if you're reinvesting the dividends. That is not a normal sort of, well, actually that is normal return, but people don't know because I'll talk to people who can put down 20 grand a month and you'll hear them say, yeah, well, you need bigger money. I tell them, say, no, you don't. This is how you get to bigger money. Yeah, this is how you get to the bigger money. And I don't think it's big enough yet. I don't think it is bigger yet. And you notice it is way down here from where it should be. Not from where it should be, from where it has been in the past. Yeah. So I mean, halfway through the journey in 2020, you would have had 33
What's
5
on your
years
vertical
ago.
scale? What is on your vertical scale? I can't make it out.
Dollars.
Price.
Yeah.
Dollar price.
Millions. Yeah. So the money that you'd have been putting into JSC, the 20 grand every month, at the end of January 31st, 2020, that's before the pandemic, you would have had 33.3 million worth in JSC then. And that's putting $20,000 down every month. And you'd have been doing that for just from 2014 to 2020. So that's like, what, 5-6 years?
Mm-hmm.
You'd have had 33 million. You'd have had more than you do now. I don't know that you wouldn't have sold. Somebody who can only afford to put on 20 grand a month, check them account and see 33 million, and it's not a mistake, it's theirs. They're probably gonna sell a good little piece.
Yes, yes.
And they'd be right to do it. That's the point of the investment. And this is from regular investing. This is what the market is made up of. This is the opportunities here. So that's why people tell me, oh, the US market. I'm not knocking the US market, but you can't tell me the ease with which I would have got this 33 million in Jamaica. I'm not getting it that easily in the US market. And then and also if you make this kind of profit in the US market, you start having to worry about what the tax gonna look like. Yes, you have to worry about what the tax gonna look like. In Jamaica, you just have to sell it. It's tax-free. Yeah, it is a better market than most, and it is still very quote unquote new. So anybody's able to come in still and join in still. No, and like it's not like they missed the boat. There is no boat that has been missed.
Yes.
Yeah,
You mean in a stock like this?
All over the market, there's loads of opportunities, including in a stock like this. Loads of opportunities all over the market. You think about a typical stock. Carreras hit its, I think, its all-time high January, month before last. February, all-time high. How many people might be thinking, well, I'm gonna miss the Carreras boat because of the biting?
What did Carreras diversify into after or it's just still cigarettes? I don't quite follow.
That's all they do. They don't.
It's still just
they're
cigarettes?
the opposite of diversification. They concentrated into tobacco. That's all they do. Craveney, Matterhorn, Pall Mall, Grabber. They sell a Grabber product, but Grabber is just tobacco.
What is that? What is that?
I don't know. it's just shredded tobacco. Shredded tobacco, the people who smoke weed mix it with it. So you know how there's obviously there's a lot of weed smokers in Jamaica.
Okay.
So what they used to do is they'd buy. I only know this because I used to work at Carreras. So they used to people buy cigarettes and tear it open and mix it with the weed.
And then
Carreras started selling the shredded.
Carreras kind of thing there, you know, them have the views, the thing we call views, kind of run good on the market now. It's an e-cigarette.
They also have that. So they know that's their business
in every
line.
store, you know.
Smoking and smoking products.
The e-cigarette?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Them have the e-cigarette, man. A nice little variety, and that they in every store you go in there, you see one little them have dispensers, VUS.
I hear so them things are not healthy, you know.
I mean, no, smoking. But it is healthier than the cigarettes.
It's healthier than the
cigarette. Of course, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you are smoking. Anytime you inhale and smoke, it's never a good thing. But it's healthier than the cigarettes.
But that's interesting that they consolidated and stick to just cigarette, and them still making a bag of money. I thought fewer people were smoking.
No, sir.
People still smoke, and like I said, people smoke weed too, and they give you a product that mixes with weed. But
you know the funny thing,
tariffs.
If them think that, you know, Randy, if them find a way to even get rid of half of that illicit market, it's crazy for Carreras.
Yes,
if you think you see money for Carreras yet,
they put a lot of money towards. They put a lot of money towards trying to stop the illicit market.
And Carreras pay a lot of dividends. That's not that a company that's not really growing much would pay a lot of dividends.
Well, they pay out. Sometimes they pay out more in dividends than they make during the year. No joke. That's not an exaggeration.
Out of retained earnings.
Out of retained earnings. Yeah, man. They pay out of prior profits. Yeah. They are a serious.
It's really a cash cow, a cash generator.
It is, and it being in the sin industry, sin companies are like that. They make the money quickly, and they just push very quickly to get it out. So, like last year, they paid. In 2024, they paid $1.02. They had to get all 4 dividends. They paid $1.02 in dividends. And in 2024, in profits, they made $1.28. The year before that, they made 74 cents in dividends.
What's the stock price? What's the stock price?
Today?
Just roughly. Just close enough.
Not
How much
close
to
enough.
get
The
that?
exact price is there, $15.69.
15. Okay.
Yeah, so that's a yield. You're looking at a yield of what is that? 2, 4, like roughly 6. I'd have to guess 6.5% for the year in dividends. 6.5% for the year in dividends last year. Yeah, one of the top dividend payers. And like I say, if you bought it in January, if you bought at the start of this year till now, you're looking on a gain of 20% in cap gains. 20% in cap gains to today. It has been higher. In March, it was higher.
Yeah.
And 20% in cap gains to today.
That's good.
And
That's good.
it's amazing. And I believe I don't have it exactly. I have the prices going all the way back to 2008. And just based on those prices, it is at an all-time high. So the train is never too late. There's always something else going up.
What about Panjam? I don't know if the name is a little different now, but
no, it's still Panjam. Still
Panjam. How has that stock done?
It tends to be very stable. Very stable. But some people, some experts.
But when you say stable, you mean the same price? Or our growth? Our sub growth? What do you mean? What is stable? That's what I meant.
The price. It tends to move in a band and it doesn't really leave that band. And it has been doing that for maybe, I don't know how long now. A long time. Let's see. Let's go back 5 years. 2020, it was it fell.
I remember our price was about $60-something at one time.
And it is right now, it's at $52. So that gives you an idea. It does not really move much, which is funny because it's a massive conglomerate, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really move. It goes up to 60, it comes back down to low 50s, it goes up to 60, it doesn't really move. It's tightly held, and the people who own it aren't really selling it much. And that volatility is great for the sharp. For the people who are sharp and know what they're doing, that sort of volatility can be great. But yeah, Panjam, I don't own any Panjam, but again, it's a great company. It's just you can actually make great money buying and selling this stock.
It looks like another company that is profitable, and I'm sure it has a lot of assets and it's making a lot of money. But there's no concern about the shareholder. Is it the people who own the large shareholders are not particularly interested in the share price because I'm not selling the price. They're not selling the shares anyway.
Well, they sold recently to the gentleman that controls and runs JP. And so now JP, Jamaica Producers, owns them. What's that gentleman's name? His name slipping me.
Jamaica Producers, you mean?
Jeffrey Hall.
Oh, yes.
Jeffrey Hall.
Marshall Hall was the father. And
Jeffrey Hall is son.
Jeffrey Hall is son.
And Jeffrey Hall now owns and controls that company. He's a larger shareholder.
Panjam?
Yeah.
You serious?
Yes.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, it happened a year or two ago. They sold, and so Panjam owns JP now. Well, technically JP owns Panjam, and Panjam owns all the assets of JP.
Oh, so they just put all the okay.
Yes,
including the farms.
Everything that was JP. Most things, not everything. Most things that were JP, but certainly the things that you know, the farms, the shipping company,
and they have investments in some of the other islands because they were growing banana and thing in other Caribbean islands.
They still do, yeah. And then so they bought a geese shipping line to move ship between the islands. They have like the lock on the shipping of perishable goods through the reefer containers. They have that lock for the Eastern Caribbean. They own the largest fresh juice company in Europe, a company named Al Hoogsta Fresh Specialists.
So where the product come from? Where the food come from?
all over. It's a European company. I think a lot of the things come from Europe, and some obviously I would hope come from Jamaica too. But JP owns Al Hoogs, the fresh specialist in Spain. I think they're in Spain, but
So
they're all over Europe.
you mean like orange juice and those kind of juices and things? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, man. It's Al Hoogs, the fresh specialist.
Wow.
Yeah. They do non-alcoholic, they do bottled juices, fruit juices, smoothies, and so on.
But Jamaica
JP
producers
owns them, correct.
But JP, they're on the stock markets. I don't remember what their situation was.
JP, that's their ticker, JP.
JP.
Yeah.
So how has that stock been doing then?
Same thing, just like Panjam, doesn't move.
Just like.
But I think that's because, like you say, the people who own it heavily have no interest in the value to them is not from the share price.
Yeah, it's not from the share price.
Yeah, and then a lot of people don't necessarily go into it. It's not like a heavily traded stock, but if you're sharp, there's money to be made in JP and Panjam. JP is always in the $20 to $22 region.
It's a range, yeah, it's range bound.
And Panjam is always in the $50 to $60 region for years. So yeah, the market is a wonderful, lucrative market that has been ignored. Extremely lucrative.
Boy, you really have opened my eyes in a way that I had not been, because I'll tell you, it's really difficult. I mean, you will hear about a lot of movements in stocks in the US market and so on, but to consistently make money is not easy. It's not easy.
In the US, yeah, of course, yeah.
In the
US, that's where you're going to have your winners, and you need to know when to leave those winners, because when they're done winning. And also they're the market is so immediate.
Yes.
It's so immediate that you don't have much chance. Like I say, because I also dabble in the US market, but I know it's an unforgiving market. It's a very unforgiving market. You slip, you slide, you make a mistake. That is it. You wake up late, it goes cook. Like while we're talking, I'm showing you like the NVIDIA stuff, knowing full well that I have a couple thousand well in NVIDIA. So I know throughout that whole thing that it's falling. If it's falling, a bunch of other things are falling. Yeah.
Yes.
And that's just how it is with that kind of news. But I had to be doing this, so I'm not trading it. And I don't have the life that allow me to sit down in front of it and do that. I literally run 2 companies. It's already hard enough. The Jamaican market, I'm good. I'm good. I know that right now Dolphin Cove is down to a low that it hasn't been in a long time. And I know that in July or June or July, the Ocean cruise ship pier is going to reopen. And I know that most of the tourists that go to Dolphin Cove don't even go on a cruise ship anyway. They come from planes. And I also know that Dolphin Cove itself has been pulling in fine and greater revenue. So when the cruise ship pier reopens in July, more people are going to be coming in. There's been more swimming with the dolphins. And I also know that the parent company under pressure, and Dolphin Cove is like the gem in their portfolio. So they're probably going to have to squeeze the gem for some dividends.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, so I want to buy it at lower and lower prices. So I'm very happy when I see it dropping like this. And it's also very tightly held. The parent company owns 80% of the shares. The former Jamaican owners own another, it would appear like close to 20 or close to 10. It's a very tightly held stock too, so there's not much out there.
So the float is relatively small percentage.
Exactly. So I said that I used to tell my friends, like, there is very few situations on the US market that you're gonna come across where you have the power that you have on the Jamaican market, where if you spend the 30,000 US that you have there, if you bring to Jamaica, it's about 7-8 million Jamaican. You spend 8 million Jamaican tomorrow in Dolphin Cove. Like you can't. You actually can't. If you buy everything that's on offer tomorrow for Dolphin Cove, because I actually have the queue here. So now I think that my money J does, it shows you the entire queue. So you can see exactly what the orders out there are. You can only spend $1.7 million buying all the shares up, and you get 108,000 shares, which is roughly nothing in terms, not even 0.1%. But those shares, you'll be getting them at a price that is much cheaper than people have gotten it in a long time. You'll be spending on average $16.25. Next year, if somebody takes Dolphin Cove away from the Mexican owners, if they can't service the debt, or if they sell the Dolphin Cove, whatever, Dolphin Cove is still Dolphin Cove, and those dividends will still be coming in. If they have to squeeze Dolphin Cove for money, you want to buy at a lower share price because you get a higher yield. If they sell it to somebody else to cover the debt, whoever buys it is going to want to squeeze it for dividends to get cash out of it. It's a win-win situation.
But then Dolphins Cove, is there an opportunity for it to expand for which it would need capital? Because if it's not expanding, it may not really need. In other words, we talk about sometimes a company you squeeze out of it and it sacrifices growth opportunities. But are there any growth opportunities that would be attractive for Dolphins Cove?
I think there's growth opportunities. There's loads of growth opportunities for Dolphin Cove. And if you do research, you can get into them. But I would say that even if, let's pretend that there aren't, then I'll get the dividends. I'll get the dividends while
they kind of ring off a section of the sea. That's what I remember once I went down there.
But they have multiple locations.
In Jamaica?
Yeah, they have a location in Falmouth side, I think, Westmoreland side. And they also have, well, the group also has, and said that they were looking to expand to St. Lucia and other things. They have opportunities to expand, but even if they don't, the beauty of stocks is that it also, you don't have to be Warren Buffett. If the new owners, if the current owners squeeze it 2 times for heavy dividends, and I bought this cheaply, I'm going to be able to benefit from those dividends. If people see those dividends coming in and they realize what's happening, they're going to rush, which means the share price is going to go up. If the current owners lose it and the new owners come in and they squeeze it for dividends, I'm going to benefit also. If they aren't and I see anything that looks bad, I can just sell my shares. The beauty of investing also on the local market, you get to be a wagonist. I don't have to believe in the future of Dolphin Cove. I can just get the benefit and then get out. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a wonderful market for an investor, especially because you sound like you actually invest. If you actually invest, you understand it. Yeah, man. Any amount of work you do in the US market, you can apply that work to the local market at a much lower level. Just come in with the expectations managed. Don't expect it to be high frequency trading, on the US market. You're selling the shares any price you put down. You put up at the market price, a market maker will buy it. In Jamaica, no, a market maker may not buy it. You might have to meet the people at where they are, or you can become the market maker. And there's opportunities here where you can get to a significant level of ownership in these companies much quicker than you'd believe, much quicker than I believed. Yeah, so.
Right. All right.
Quite the thing. So thank you. I love talking about it. I get carried away, but I see it's very, very late, 11:35.
Yeah, well, you know what? We usually play music, so sometimes I'm playing music for whoever is still, listening.
Okay.
So it's not exactly out of my time frame, but it's the first way I've had a discussion, right, like this after a meeting, without any music. So this is our first,
Well,
and
I'm happy that you enjoyed it. I hope it was a good session, and I'll have to thank you again. All right.
Yeah. All right. So take care.
Yeah, man. Night, everybody.
Thanks. All right. Wow. All right. Just for the sake of habits, let me just turn off my little. Hold on.